gotta say. That's right. Guess who's the special guest tonight?
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion
you
is
think
strongly
that's funny?
advised.
It's not funny, folks.
The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank
It
you.
should reflect yours.
No, Megatron. You will not have to fight all Autobot powers at once. Just me.
Good evening and welcome, one and all, to this late night edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk Sunday edition, along with Baron Norman Tag, or as he's calling himself tonight, Alex Tag, and in for cash money, who is under the weather, is Jason Fox of 540 Studios. I am your host, Mike, and tonight we are going to do a countdown to 2024, but we're also going to be taking a look at a few articles related to the final moments of 2023. Of course, here on the East Coast, we are approximately 1 hour, 53 minutes exactly at this point. Now, 52 minutes to the new year. Although Jace hails from the future and has been telling us a few things that have happened in the future.
Yeah, what have happened in the future? I hate to break it to everybody, it still sucks.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first.
But we are here to celebrate American time today. Tonight.
That's a show. If I believed in the moon landing, I would sit back and say, "Whose flag is up there on the moon?" But I don't believe in the moon landing, so there.
Well, it's not my fault that the Vikings are better.
Shots have been fired.
It's not my fault. We live in the future. We see what's going on, but we can always give you information what's going on because we live in the future. We have seers and everything, and yada yada.
Well, give me the lottery numbers. And remember,
I live in Norway, so I don't know your lottery numbers down there.
Well, you got the internet. You got the internet.
Yeah,
the internet. But it kind of reminds me.
Don't tell me you don't have the internet there in the future, Jace.
Well, I am still here, but it's it's not the best internet, I guess.
Well, yeah, they use open nuts with a string and some cow dung for power. That's what really is what it is. There's a reason why they call it SOL. Scandinavian line. SOL. But I haven't seen a soap opera. I've never watched any soap operas, but I just remember that when one of the cast members sometimes they got rid of a cast member for whatever reason, but the part was still integral, and they needed to keep that storyline going. So they go, "Yes, the part of Cash Money is now played by Jace Fox from 540 Studio," and they say that at the begining that the character comes.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still do that, but that's what kind of reminded me of here.
So I'm playing a guy with a good chin. I'm playing a guy with a good
Yes. The part of Cash Money is being played by Jason Fox tonight of 540 Studio.
So I
and
just
for
wonder,
some reason, the stream was about to start over on Rumble, and then it ended on Rumble. So I have to remedy that real quick.
Well,
Oh,
that's because I
that's
started
like.
doing Alex Jones, and they thought, "Oh, that's it." Maybe a
Oh
week.
yeah, that's why.
Maybe a
Yeah.
week or two. I mean, look
No,
at
so
that
Yeah.
magnificent chin. Look at that.
Oh yeah, so I have I have a good chin today. Okay, that's good. What about because I'm black the waist down. So how is that thing when I'm playing
Well, I
cash?
don't know. I never. Hey, listen,
I
that's the last thing I asked
can't
you
answer. I
about it.
can't answer that.
No,
I
I never stood next to
I'm
one of
not even
your
gonna try
nose.
to answer that. Nope, 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 nope.
Tell you what, let me call the Fullerton Police Department. I'm sure they've done a strip search on him a few
Oh
times. So
god.
let
Oh
me
god.
Uh,
Oh god.
that's a little too much information, even for this show, Baron.
Oh
well,
god.
him running around Fullerton with
Oh.
that 9 iron, and it's like,
Stuff I didn't know,
Ah.
stuff you learn every day. This is a new thing I learned in the new year because I live in the future. So I learned something new this year.
But is it something you actually wanted to know, Jace? That's the thing.
No, actually not. But
hey, the
it is
opinions are those of
fascinating.
the person who said them. They're valid. Okay, so yeah.
I know. It's your opinion,
No, it's
and
not my opinion.
you know what they say about opinions,
No, no,
there,
no. Okay,
Baron.
no,
We've all got them. We've all
switching
got them.
back. Switching back. It's not an opinion; it's a fact because it's coming from me, Alex Stenny. Try to get it clearly. It's turning the triple skin.
I'm just really laughing at the chat right now. So I really like what Steve said. The question is, Jace, can you be as cheap as crypto? And then also Phil says, so Jason, let's talk about $70 for a video game. And now try
Yeah,
raging.
you want to
Is
know?
that I
Well,
really
Phil,
spend a lot
Phil,
of money.
I'm gonna say something because I know where you're going with this. The Hogwarts, the deluxe edition was $70. We're talking about the base price now of games being $70, Phil. Not for a
Yeah.
deluxe edition, Phil.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it like this: the only time last year for me, because I live in the future and you Americans are late.
I'm
Well,
sorry, I
yeah, I
couldn't
know.
find enough plutonium to power the DeLorean.
It's okay, I
Well,
forgive.
that's because we're watching your back. We're letting you go first, you pansy
No,
waste, and
okay,
we're
okay,
holding the fort in the
okay,
back. And as you're going into safety, we're come on, get to the chopper. We're doing going to the
okay, okay.
chopper. It's like it wasn't for
Uh,
us. You'd be really
but
It,
screwed.
yeah.
okay, he's going in, he's going in. Okay, is he still alive? I don't know. I haven't heard a thing from him. He just went in there. Hey,
But
Jace, you
hi,
still alive?
I'm still alive. Yeah, hi.
Then you hear 2024 go burp. It's like, oh, we lost Jason.
No, like I was gonna say, like the Hogwarts Legacy is one of the few games I spent so much money on and pre-ordered the deluxe edition, and I thought it was worth it. So, not often I do that, and I don't think 90% of games are worth that much money because 90% of the fucking time it's bugs and bad storytelling. That's why I wait. I'm smart. I wait before I buy most of the stuff I have. I wait.
Okay. Yes, I know. I bought Jedi Survivor on day one because I was basing it off. Okay, all right.
I didn't
Jedi
mock.
Fallen Order was a good game, all right. And
I
I
didn't mock
thought
you yet.
maybe Jedi Survivor would be just as good, but no, EA had to screw that up.
Yeah, fun.
Oh,
Well, you know,
we're gonna take extra time to make sure that this game doesn't have any bugs, and then what happens? It has bugs.
Did,
It
did
has
you ever
bugs.
did you ever encounter that one place in the game where it says what the story is gonna be and they didn't finish that part of the game with the release?
that's my life.
I was gonna say that sounds like
It
my
was in a
life in general.
Yeah.
But no, it was I don't remember where it was, but it was in a place in the game, and you got a text of what was gonna happen in the storyline right there, and they basically have not finished that story before later on or something weird shit. I was looking through bugs and stuff like that from the game. I'm like, that's pretty weird. Like, why do that? Why don't just release the whole game? Just delay it a lot longer and finish the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they needed to do because
Well,
one of the things that aggravated me playing the game was when you're playing as Seer and nothing wrong playing as a character. But when you had to fight Vader, and yes, this is a spoiler, so I'll go ahead and put it up there. No, yeah, you better put up the spoiler card.
Spoiler.
Watch me pull the spoiler out of my hat. Nothing up my sleeve.
But when you're fighting Seer and Vader in the game, and if you have VSync on and you're playing on PC, the game will crash on you.
Wait,
yeah,
I battled Vader in this game?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I know. The hell you say.
And
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that
it's like,
at all. I did not say that.
What the hell you say?
No, and it is, I always have done this thing where I wait to buy games normally. Same with movies, I wait. Comic books, I normally read them other places. And then I will decide if are the comic, is the movie, is it worth it to spend money on, or is it not? And I've always done that with games too. But not every game. It's like the new Tekken is coming out, Tekken 8. I'm really excited. I've played a demo of it. So I already know what to expect of the game. So I'm gonna put on, I've pre-ordered and I've done all that on my Xbox.
So to answer your question, yes, he is just as cheap as crypto.
Maybe to a certain point. And no, look at this, man. I didn't get Cyberpunk when it got out, even though I was excited for it. I was one of the games I was super hyped for. But I decided to wait like I normally do, and I was right. It was a good thing to fucking wait with that game. Because all the flaws it had. And I will say, I've been playing Cyberpunk now for many hours. A lot of bugs are still there that I don't understand why they have not fixed. Like, I fell through the platform and I was under the platform and I saw up on the platform and I saw every building, everything they've created down there. I'm just like, bro, what the F is going on? People are still teabagging, missing heads. It is just so much weird. It crashes sometimes. You have to save yourself a lot of times in case it crashes. It still has a lot of bugs. But overall, other than that, the game is really fun. There's a lot of stuff I love with Cyberpunk. But I will say they could have done better storytelling with your character and choices and stuff like that. Because I know every ending, and you don't get it's no satisfied ending, and it's really badly written endings. I'm just like, okay, so this is a spoiler, so maybe you should put up the spoiler.
All right, let me put the card up again.
Boy, that's gonna get a lot of work today.
So I finally, I played the Phantom Liberty XDLC, right? The expansion.
Right.
And you have a new ending in the game where you actually live. So they decided you are gonna live with that ending. You're not gonna die in so many days. I mean months, because you have like 6 months left in all the other endings. But this ending, that where you live, is just a piece of shit ending. It's like, we say that you're a girl, you're together with Judy, for example. We say that you have created a love relationship with that character because she's gay, she's lesbian. She will just leave you after 2 years because you're in coma in 2 years, because she knows you're gonna get the operation and be saved and live. But she's just like, I'm just gonna move on. I'm just gonna get out of Night City, blah 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 blah. And she moves away. And the 2 years she's been gone, she's gotten married, got a new girlfriend, and married. I'm just like, what the fuck's going on with this writing? And if you're a man, a male character, you can be with Pan Am. And what happens if you do the same ending and you're a straight guy and you're in love with her? Well, she decides to ghost you and you will never talk to her again. And there's like certain stuff with the writing that is just like, what the fuck is going on with this writing? It's like, if you're gonna do proper writing, please give us at least one ending that is like super happy, some other endings that are really sad, more variations and more choices that I think should have been more variated. Because just a lot of the writing, a lot of
Well,
the writing I just feel is so weak. But other than that,
well,
there are a lot of good stuff, but it's just the writing itself in a lot of places are a little weak.
well, that's kind of the problem with everything with Hollywood. They don't know how to, in the game industry, entertainment. Let's
Mm,
just say the entertainment one is they have to have. They feel they have to do this stuff where you'd never. There's no such thing as happily ever after. Well, we're not saying that there is. It's just the you're gone on. You're having the best life possible. It's like no, we're gonna have these people divorced and split
yeah.
up, and
It's like
it's
I
like
don't mind. I don't mind that have a you're gonna die in the end. I don't mind that ending.
mhm,
I do
right,
not. But I just want it to be better written.
yeah.
I want to be better written, and the
Better,
best ending,
more cohesive.
yeah, more decent. And the best ending in my view is the star ending. That means you do survive in a way, but you have all those months to live. But it's like more of a happier ending in a way.
Mhm.
But that feels like the canon ending on the way they did write it. But it's still like it's a little weird how everything ends up. It's like there are stuff that are missing here and there, and sometimes I say you have too many endings. Even if it's a big platform, big game, too many endings are a problem sometimes.
Hmm.
Sometimes I say less is more. Less is more, and you will, people will enjoy that a little bit better. Too many endings, too many stuff there. It can be too much sometimes. That's how I feel about
Well, there goes my fun doing that game. Thanks a lot, Chase.
it.
Just
I,
thanks a lot. We invite you on to be our cash money, and you ruin this for me.
I ruin everything. I'm Norwegian. What do
I'm
you
surprised.
think?
I'm Norwegian
Well,
too. I know it. I know that. I know about how pesky Norwegians can be. But you want to really know how cheap cash money is? For Christmas, he got me Fornication with a certain little Austrian with a funny mustache in 3D. It's like, and then he goes, "Yeah, I want to see you play this now. I want you to stream this." Is that that's what happened with cash.
oh, you know what, Barrett? You know what?
Hmm.
I'm sorry, but with that, I'm just gotta say one thing to you about that one. Well, let me find it first. Okay, here we go.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he
Oh, the
calls
call bolt.
bullshit.
Oh, that's where it just keeps on. I'm just seeing if he's out there.
It was all loop. It was all loop. That's why.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
But
But at least,
But
before
that's
but
kind
we,
of like the I call bullshit alert. I mean, I like that. It's like,
But hopefully, Mike and Baron, you were happy with the gifts I got you guys.
yes,
yes, thank you,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much, brother. I'm definitely gonna play the game
Hmm.
offline and also online.
Cool, I'm excited.
Did he get you fornication with a funny Austrian too?
No,
Oh, okay.
I think I got him
but
a better game.
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
Mad
the one with
Max,
Stalin.
Mad
Oh, you
Max,
got
Oh.
oh,
Baron.
you got Mad Max. Oh, and I think that comes with the DLCs. FREE. That is a freaking good game. That's the first game I
Yeah,
got off of Steam. I got it for a song. It's like okay, and that's my first experience with Steam. It's like I gotta go back and start playing it. I did. The only thing I wish there was multiplayer in that one. It'd be just so great to go through the wastelands together with our cars and just cause
Yeah.
yeah.
havoc.
And I gave you a Star Wars game, Baron.
Yep, Shadows of the Empire. Yep,
It's a good game.
I never had that one, so now I've got like those Star Wars collection of games. Most of them
Yeah.
are the EU. I refuse to call it Legends. It's EU.
Mm.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it, Kathy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, Kathy.
Cash did get a good game too. He did get a good
What?
game too from me.
Oh, it's a fornication with Satan. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, not that one yet. Okay.
No. I gave him Assassin's Creed Valhalla because Viking stuff.
Oh,
Mm.
wow.
Ooh, nice.
Listen, wow. He never told us. At least he never told me what you got him. But he.
Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's a good game. It's a cool
Oh,
game.
okay. Wow.
I have it
I'm,
myself
I'm
just on the
surprised.
Xbox.
I'm surprised we're actually talking to Cash. I would have figured he was in front. And you know what? That's exactly no. That's what it is. He's saying,
Uh,
"Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not feeling good." And he's not right now playing that game right now. Boy, I'm glad I got all that so I could play this game that Jace gave me.
Yeah, he's saying, I'm glad I got out of Pop Talk and having to deal with Mike and his crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
you, me, and Mr. McCracken in the chat.
And speaking of the chat, I do want to say hello and welcome to everybody who
Yes,
is
everybody.
here watching us on either Rumble, YouTube, or on Twix. Yes, I call Twitter Twix.
Twix, yeah.
But the question is, are you left Twix or right Twix? I like both.
Or are
so
you?
I'll
Or
take
are you
both.
both?
I like the middle one.
But we have, of course, our guest for tonight, who's pinch hitting for cash money, Jason Fox of 540 Studio. Lorenzo Sleestack stopped by earlier and says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Lorenzo.
Please don't
And
eat me.
we will definitely get to the latest episode of Beverly Hills 414 here in a short few moments. But we have T-Gab Steve, or as I like to call him, Big Daddy T-Gab. Yep, he's a writer professional.
And would this be like? Would this be like the season finale of? Because coming to the end of the season, end of the year. So this better have a good
yeah,
think
it
so.
has to be. Yeah, it has to be.
It better
the
have-
ending. Yeah.
And remember, everyone, Jace is playing Cash on today's episode. So
Oh my god.
yeah, you're
And we also have someone who I haven't seen in a very long time, and it's so great to see you.
Girl.
Rough Girl. Glad to see you. I hope you're doing good, and I hope to see more of you here in the coming year.
Please, we miss you.
Great to see you, Rough Girl.
That's what I get for not looking at the chat. But I didn't want to look at Steve's story.
I understand, because who knows what kind of shenanigans shenanigans we're all involved in this time.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Big Daddy. You know what Big Daddy's doing over there. Yeah.
And we have Bucky's Crafting, who says, not sure how long I'll be here, but I wanted to drop a like and say Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Bucky. Good to see you as well.
Skål, everybody. Skål.
Nastrovia.
And we also have the troll himself, Phil McCracken. It says PACIFIC414, as I said, 2024, end of cash money. And it's 2024 and no cash money. Technically, Phil, on East Coast time, it's still 2023, not 2024.
Yeah. Nice try, Joe McCracken.
Yeah.
I live in the future, so I can say one thing. He's not fired.
You want to know something, Barrett? I told Cash when we were talking in Discord VEC, I said, Phil's going to say something about you not being there. He said,
I know. Came in about that time. I think. It's like, yeah, we know. I mean, it's like it's a given. It'd been surprising if he didn't. He should surprise us sometime and not do what we expect him to do. But no, He's a broken record. I mean, he's the type of person who would fall up a flight of stairs, if you know what I mean. Well, he is from Delaware,
And we also have Real Wade Gaming Clips, who I believe is very close to reaching 2K subscribers on his channel, if he's not already there.
That's nice.
Congratulations.
And we have everyone's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle. Low Spec Linux laptop.
One penguin leaves. Two penguins enter. One penguin leaves.
Penguin Wars coming in 2024. What channel? I don't know.
Dome. It's Penguin Dome. Oh, hi.
And I'm just trying to see if we do have some additions to the chat. Bucky says, my favorite Twix is whichever one I'm eating. Smart answer.
Exactly.
So you're indecisive. I understand. You're indecisive. You can't be indecisive these days. Come on. It's the writing's on the wall. Haven't you seen the writing on the wall?
I didn't put enough swear words for Jason.
Well, Well, let's go ahead and get into this final episode of Beverly Hills 414 for 2023. I will cue up the music. I'll make sure it's not too
With
loud.
the recasted episode, with the recast.
And
You're
here
kind
we
of
go.
our George Lazenby. You had Sean, and then you got rid of him, and
Wrong music. Wrong music.
yeah. So you're
Sorry. My bad.
Like-
Blame the guy operating the whole stream.
I'm just like, are we gonna use different music today? Because you're ending, we're ending.
I mean, I could, yeah, I could, but everybody expects to hear this.
Oh. This is completely throwing me off because it's like it's 9:30 or 10:30 your time. I'm not used to doing Sunday so late on Pop Talk 414.
No, but that's why I asked you and Cash, did you want to do the show, at our normal time, or do you want to do it later on to run in the new year? Because I didn't want to assume.
Oh, come on, take the reins, boss it around. I mean, that's what's in the contract. Your rules are the highway. I mean, no, I love it this time. It's just I have to keep on reminding myself. It's like, no, this isn't Wednesday. This is Sunday.
Yep. And let me know if the music's too loud. If it is, I can lower it.
Oh, it sounds beautiful. You know what? This music is not turning the frog skating. Back to you, Mike.
Previously on Beverly Hills 414. The plan had worked. The herd of dirty hippies had started to disperse to make a munchie run at Mike at his opening. He would have to go off-road for a while, but he was free!
That's like me and Joe Rogan and Elon Musk sitting around doing some weed in the studios. You can see that there? I don't know what that's like.
He had a plan to be out this far, this long, and was risking running late for the gathering in Pacific Square for the celebration. Luckily, he had his costume in the trunk. Are you sure? Did that little spy not take it? I don't know. I don't trust that little spy, to be perfectly honest with you. And let's go ahead and play the other music.
Oh.
This is more dramatic.
Yeah.
I'm starting to cry now, man. That's touching my heart.
Mine racing ahead to where he could get back on the highway and gun it back. He narrowly missed driving right into a ditch. What idiot put a ditch in the middle of a field anyway?
A lot of people do.
The call from Barron came. Not as he expected, but with the caller ID saying city police, and for a short bit there, Mike thought it might be Officer Hot Pants. But no, it was just Barron.
Officer Hot Pants.
Yeah, don't you remember Officer Hot Pants? That's several episodes back.
I don't know. I'm just saying DLX.
Barron didn't know how he wound up in this situation. One minute he was trying to get untied. The next he could see again and was surrounded by police.
I hope it was Officer Hot Pants and her friends.
Did
Can
they
we play a game of good cop, bad cop, and hide the nightstick?
The neighbor whose house it was had accused him of stealing her underthings and tied himself up in her basement as some kind of perverse game. If only it were so.
Well, no, it's exactly what happened.
So now he was sitting pantless in an interrogation room, wondering where his pants had gotten to, or if he had even been wearing them all day. Sounds like a personal problem, Aaron.
You know what I call that? Saturday night.
Saturday Night Fever. He wasn't sure at this point. His one phone call to Mike had not gone well. The man was out of town, but on his way back in. And had he reminded him that the Victoria's Secret store had him banned. Why, Baron? What did you do, man?
Hey, that's not funny. I have been banned for real from a couple of Victoria's Secrets. That's another story. That hits a little too close to home.
I swear, you forget your glasses and chat up one mannequin one time, maybe twice, and they ban you from the store. How unfair! Listen, Baron, you gotta stop watching the movie Mannequin.
No,
he's not real, dude.
No. Well, back up here. I want to know how the hell Big Daddy Steve knew that. That's exactly what happened to me. That's why I can't go to the Eden Prairie Victoria's Secret anymore. I haven't.
You know, he's stalking you.
I think so.
He's a good writer. Something that they don't have in Hollywood anymore.
I know. He looked in the actual police records. I mean, you should start.
Oh.
Through the window, he could hear Pacific Square outside, so at least he was close to the festivities, even if he wasn't partaking. Maybe you could even see the fireworks. That'd be nice. Crypto had a quandary. Well, right now he's resting. He's sick. He's not feeling well.
Yeah,
he was in
that game.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now.
He was in a hurry and needed to get downtown as soon as possible, if not sooner. But all the cabs were on holiday rates, and his wallet simply couldn't splurge, though it never can.
Sad stuff. Sad stuff.
He had escaped the area near the taco truck when he had taken a tortilla to the face. When he was able to see again, he saw someone he had thought he'd never see again. Peg Leg Paco.
Peg Leg. Okay.
Paco had been one of the more infamous burrito pirates. I thought you were dead. Wait, I did that wrong. Baird, would you like the honors?
You want me to play Crypto?
Yeah.
Oh.
Play Crypto.
I thought you were dead. Crypto stuttered. And the man just smiled. Like a wolf. Because it was like Duran, hungry like a wolf. It was like
go ahead, Jace. Play Paco the pirate.
Fucking hell, dude.
Come on, you're a butt player. You do it. Come on.
Oh, fuck you.
Come on.
Yara, my father, was a burrito pirate. But my mother was a taco ninja. What the fuck? She taught me some of their ways. And I was able to not get myself executed.
Too late.
Oh, so I'm going to continue reading?
If you want, you don't have to.
Okay. You put me right in the spot here, man. You know, so I
well,
figured
that's what happens. That's what happens. You're in cash.
Yeah.
We got to put you on the spot.
Right. You're replacing Cash for the night. And it's like playing the part of Cash Money is Jace Fox from 540 Studios. I mean,
yeah. I figured I'd give ya heads up, Crypto. How the fuck do I pronounce that shit? Yeah.
Mabucko.
Suck my dicko. I plan to remodeling downtown Pacific Square, and there be nothing ya can do to stop me, other than lick my testicle and everything. You know, I would like that, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm a pirate. I like everything.
Wow. Oh my.
Paco then went into a horrible detail about how his taco carts had been selling cheap tacos and burritos all day, the partygoers in Pacific Square. These foods were laced with Beanex. Oh no. Beanex was a horrible compound. Unlike Beano, which keeps you farting, Beanex causes you to build up more and more gas till it erupts. And for cheap Mexican food, nobody asks.
Taco Bell is making the dogs gassy.
Do you remember the brown nose Crypto? Oh, Crypto, remember the brown noise. After that time in Oslo, the noise that made the sphincter muscle vibrate till you shat yourself.
What happens in Oslo stays in Oslo, baby.
I discovered a modulation of that noise that allow me to trigger everyone's gas eruptions at the same time. Yes, I'm doing a bad pirate impression. And if I hit them at a minute to midnight, all that gas, then fireworks. Arr! Well, why don't you just fire off a cannon? That's pretty much what you're doing.
See, you should be having me do it because, me and Gas...
Fine.
Story. Read the story.
Fine. You read the story.
Okay. Okay. Time for some professionalism. It turned the frog skin.
Professionalism. Yeah, right.
It was dastardly and devilish. All those people would be exploded by their own deadly thoughts. Crypto had only a short time to try to warn everyone. Paco's laughter ringing in his ears.
Will Mike stop laughing at Baron's predicament long enough to get his costume on and arrive in time for the ball drop in Pacific Square? Will Officer Hot Pants be there? I'll never stop laughing at Baron. Hey, Baron. Hey, nice to see you in the Great Bar Hilton.
Yeah, man.
Can Baron talk his way out of the predicament? Or at least manage to get the officers to loan him some pants for the duration?
Pants are overrated.
How can Crypto make it to downtown in time? And if he runs around telling everybody the Mexican food is gonna give you gas, will anyone think it's a real warning? No. They'll just look at him like, what's his problem?
He's just a cheap bitch. That's what he is.
It's like, we talk about, we know.
Yeah, we know. Yeah. All this and more. Taco John's.
Oh, Taco John's. Now we're talking. Oh. But I mean, have you seen a Taco Bell bathroom? No one in the right mind goes into a Taco Bell bathroom.
No one ever goes in because no one ever leaves.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Hotel California, except worse.
All this and more as Beverly Hills 414 continues after these messages from our sponsors. Sponsors? What sponsors?
I mean, we've gone full soap opera. You got the official, and the part of Cash Money is played by Chase Fox. I mean, like they do on those kids. I mean, we've really gone full professional soap opera here.
Today we are sponsoring, Cash Money's OnlyFans, where you can find his big chin on his OnlyFans, and he does a lot of weird stuff with his chin, and I think a lot of you guys will enjoy it. So if you want to follow and stuff like that, go ahead over there and look at what he does with his chin. You can see him pour drinks over it. He will beat meat with it. He will do a lot of weird stuff with it, but it is interesting stuff. That's what we're sponsoring today. So Cash Money, remember, we need to get fucking paid.
Yeah.
Cash Money can
and if Cash were here, he'd be going
bank any day.
He'd be going, okay, you goobers.
Well,
what are you saying about me again?
I'm surprised he's not in the chat. I mean, we did say, just pop in and say hi.
Yeah, we did. Wasn't like we told him to stay away.
I gotta go play Assassin's Creed. I mean, I gotta go lay down because I'm tired. So, I mean, that's what we got. But
yeah,
exactly.
So, I mean, what are we gonna do? I mean, without him being here, we don't have this.
You know what really grinds my gears?
I'm sure one of us will be able to fill in that void.
Oh, I'm sure. We got Jace. I mean, Jace doesn't like anything, so we got that.
Well, he's Norwegian. What do you expect?
Yeah, I'm Norwegian. What do you expect? I'm also Romani, so what do you expect? I'm also German. What do you expect?
Well, yeah.
You got a point there, Jace.
Yeah, what do you expect? And hey, you can be happy you have some diversity at least, you know?
You know what I expect? The third fucking world war. That's what I expect. Keep it up.
And TGF Steve says Beverly Hills 414, followed by new episodes of Penguin Wars, spring season on TNT. Oh, we're on the network now. Cable network to
Oh.
be exact.
Oh, I like that.
But do we get paid for being on a network? Do we get paid?
Not as much.
Probably not.
Well,
Mm,
it's TNT, so not as much as if we're on one of the other ones. So.
And welcome back, Lorenzo. Good to see you back.
Oh, Lorenzo's back.
ill.
He came back. Weren't you happy you did that? Uh-huh. Yeah.
And we have DJ Ronnie G who says Barracks Jonesman tag.
All to DJ Johnny G, the top G on YouTube.
Hey, the pizza's turning the turtles gay. That's what's going on.
Well,
They're
that happens
ninjas.
that happens when you don't have pineapple on them, you idiot. You need a pineapple.
No. That's what happens
No.
when you do put pineapple on.
No, you need a pineapple.
The estrogen level goes
sorry.
up.
Sorry, I put this debate to bed. I put it to bed right now.
How about no?
And now
How
we know why
about yes?
Now we know why you got one testicle. You eat pineapples on your pizza. The other one will drop soon too. Okay, we keep it up.
Yeah, well then if it drops, you know, I will not have pain anymore because I have chronic pain. So I would just be happy. So I'm just gonna continue eating it then.
Your voice a couple octaves higher and all that. Hi, this is Chase with the top.
Hi, I'm Jason Fox from 540 Studio. Welcome to my OnlyFans.
No, you're all ignorant. You're ignorant. No, you're ignorant.
Ow!
BJ does say he had frogs on his pizza.
Oh no, thank you. I would never try.
Frogs?
That's what he said. Frogs. Frogs.
But pineapple on pizza is good.
Wait a moment. You're in freaking New York. You're in freaking New York. You're in the fancy part of New York. Oh, that's why they're in the fancy part. It probably had snails and frogs on his pizza because, excuse me, make sure you have the proper level of the caviar base before you put that on there, and make sure you have that fine cheese. You know, the cheese that has the little maggots that pop out.
Caviar and eggs are pretty good.
I want to know. I've never tried it.
I like some fancy stuff.
No, yeah. Well, last time I was there was '94. And with a bunch of guys, and they have like the toothpaste tubes with caviar in it. And the one guy I was with going, "Yep, every day I'm going to have my caviar. I'm having my caviar every day."
If you're gonna have caviar, you're gonna have real caviar, not bullshit caviar. Need quality.
Well, see, I didn't eat any. There was this guy. It's like, you know, they were offering it, and he was, you know. So I'm seeing this toothpaste tube of eggs being put on there. It's like, you're gonna brush your teeth with that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get plenty of caviar when I'm over here. Like, okay.
But the best meat, you know, I love the good meats, you know, are beefs and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
it's moose.
Oh God,
reindeer.
Oh, reindeer.
I'll leave you two alone.
Hey,
Mike, if you never have had reindeer, goddamn, dude, one day you need to come to Norway and we will get your reindeer.
Yeah, I mean, we do have reindeer farms here, so but it's still kind of hard to get here. You have a better chance of getting elk, but if you think elk is good, no. You need to have reindeer, and you got to have elk, also known as moose, in Norway.
Yep, really good stuff. Really good stuff.
I couldn't stop eating the moose. I just could not stop eating this thing.
Like moose bob or reindeer bob, really good stuff. Homemade is the best.
The patties, I had the moose and the patty, ground patty. I had moose steak. Oh God, along with salmon steak. Oh my!
Really, you had a moose steak. How many moose steaks have you had in your life?
Quite a couple of them, couple of times, because when I went to Norway, just about a couple of times every time. You know, I've only been to Norway 3 times, so at least 3 times I had moose.
One day we need to get you guys to Norway.
Yes, I know that was a bad joke. I'm full of them.
Yeah, well,
you know,
not only did I have moose, I had squirrel too.
Oh yeah, squirrel. I've had squirrel.
Actually, I've never had squirrel, but you know,
So you were an undercover agent for Boris and Natasha. That explains everything now.
Pennsylvania, from Pennsylvania. Yes, I'm from Pennsylvania originally. Now you know why I celebrate Dear Leader all the time.
You and Dear Leader. Mm-hmm.
But we need to get you guys to Norway again and then get some good food.
I need to get over there again one more time before the country goes fully.
More shit.
Yeah. You know,
Well,
when
at
I
least
say
you
the
have me
Norway,
here.
yeah, I mean, other than Lillehammer, I usually stayed. We had friends, and unfortunately, the one I passed away. I think both have passed away now. And Konorud, just outside of Drammen. Of course, what does
Yeah,
Drammen
Drammen,
have is
yeah.
known for us beer. Oh, good beer. None of them have
Yeah.
that good one.
And
I know
Drammen
everyone talks about. I know
is
everyone
a
talks about
shithole.
Drammen turned into a shithole. Oh,
Oh
God.
yeah, that's where all it's like one of the places where all the wannabe gangsters are.
Oh, it's so bad because I remember in '86 it was so beautiful. In
Yeah.
'86 it was so
Oh, mead
beautiful
is
when I was
good,
there.
but you need proper mead,
Oh yeah,
real
yeah,
mead.
yeah.
Make it yourself. Never buy from
Hey,
alcohol stores.
no. And the thing is, Old Man does make his own. And there's also a guy that for our Renaissance festivals. I don't know if he still does, have it been for a while, but up north, a little bit more north in Minnesota here,
Mm.
his own mead also, but he doesn't make it like he makes it like it should be done. And they had a saffron. We had it with some saffron, and that was so delicious. Oh,
Yeah. Well, last time I had mead, because I saw it in the alcohol store. This is when I used to drink a lot more and stuff like
mhm,
that. And it was like the bottle is fucking cool. Like that bottle
mhm.
looks amazing, really well done. I'm like, I'm gonna try it, and it's just like, oh, this tastes like cheap white wine. I
Mhm.
mean, the meat is not supposed to taste like cheap white wine.
No.
And I was like so disappointed, and just like, no,
That's
no, that's not mead, man. That's not
that.
mead.
That's how you start a clan war, and that's not with a K, folks. That's with Norwegian.
Oh
That's how
yeah,
you
I
start
will.
one up. Is you serve bad mead, and before you know it, you have the big war going on between the families, and they write epic
Yeah,
sagas about that. And oh yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
well, we do have a couple good ones here in our area because they're like the small ones. So they do
Okay,
actually. There's some that do make some good mead around here, but the one that seems to be the go-to for everybody is a brand called Odin's Mead. And yeah,
okay.
no, don't. If anybody offers you Odin's Mead, just slap them and say, you were
Okay.
already declaring war on me anyway, so let's just bypass me getting poisoned with that crap and
No,
get to
if
the
I
cool.
if I ever gonna have meat in my life, it's gonna be homemade. I never gonna buy in stores. It's gonna be homemade and created the real way and the
Mhm.
perfect.
And like I said, over here we are lucky because we do have some the vineyards, and I know it's not a wine, but but they also do the mead alongside of it. We do have those small ones that do make it. That's not like the big outfits. It's something you can actually buy in a store, and it's good, thank goodness. But again, like I said, it's like small, cared for batches, just like we have with the small batch, breweries, microbreweries, and all that. Where you drink a beer, not Dylan Mulvaney piss water. That's
Oh,
so it's real
we
beer.
don't have that here in Norway, at least that beer.
Well,
Barrett,
you got
is this true?
no. I've never drank no duels in my life. And wait a moment. I mean, Budweiser is not as popular in Norway anymore.
Oh, we don't have Budweiser in Norway.
Oh, at least even back in '94, there was Budweiser over there, and everyone was saying, "Yeah, Budweiser's so
Oh no, no,
popular."
no, 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 Bud Light, dude,
Oh,
not
Bud
Budweiser.
Light,
Yeah,
yeah,
Bud Light.
yeah.
Since you
Well, it's bad
mentioned
enough you have
Dylan.
Budweiser. It's bad
Yeah,
enough
no, no,
you
no,
have
no.
you have
I meant
Budweiser.
Bud Light. Yeah, I meant Bud
Yeah,
Light. We don't have Bud Light because you
no, you're
mentioned that
lucky.
person.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's being mocking there with that one, but yeah,
It's
I was being told by
it's
everyone we drink Budweiser because it's the because Americans is so cool. It's like, no. It's like Foster's. It's Australian for pea water. You know.
yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. No, I get you.
Yeah. hmm It's like bringing coals to Newcastle. You just
Oh, Newcastle is a good beer.
Oh, that is a good beer. Yeah,
It's my favorite
Newcastle.
beers.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's my
See,
favorites.
I see. I like Fuller's bitter because I love bitter beer. It's hard to. It's not easy to get it around here, sadly.
No, I have
And
tasted bitter beer before, and I like that
oh,
too.
yeah, I love it. And and the one that's even more rare is the mild. And we there's a place in the Twin Cities called the Brits Pub, which obviously from the name, it's very British centric. And they
Yeah.
were announcing that they were bringing in a batch of the mild. So it's like, oh, probably a once in a lifetime thing for me, unless I go over to England. So yeah, it was interesting. It was a good one, but I'd still go with my bitter.
Welcome to Pacific 414, the beer conversation.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's
We've
weird.
had many conversations on Pop Talk. I remember one time Zan Zoltan was on, and what did we talk? Brazilian food, Argentinian food.
Oh, ooh. I wish I could remember his name. My one manager at the place I worked at, he actually played for Detroit, and he was from Puerto Rico. And we would talk, and you'd think we'd talk about baseball. Actually, we didn't. We just kind of did a little joke about it. But he would be talking about the Puerto Rican foods and
Yeah.
how good it is, how superior. Of course, he had that
Puerto
thing.
Rican
It's
food
better
is
than
good.
Mexican. Yeah, he goes, it's better than Mexican food, more flavorful, more robust. It's not boring like Mexican or blah blah. So it's like, okay, I'm glad you're the one that's saying it because I don't want to get in trouble. but
I
yeah,
like both. I like both,
oh yeah,
man.
I love both.
I'm a big sucker for food, especially like everything from Mexican, Puerto Rican
Hmm.
to whatever, my favorite stuff, is mostly Asian food, spicy Asian
Hmm.
food,
Oh,
Indian and all that. I love. Like I'm the only one other than my dad in the family that eats really spicy food. Like
hmm,
I will have it really spicy. Like I will not have it normal spicy. I will go over the top. I will go even spicier.
yeah, because
Um
Norway is the land of mayo is spicy, just like
Oh,
Minnesota.
90, no, almost everyone I've met in my life in Norway hates spicy food. They
oh,
just
I.
like no spicy food at all. So when we were at Game Expo, me and Prismatics, he went back to sleep at that night. So I was hanging out with some other friends of mine,
Hmm.
and we went into the Indian shop, the
Hmm.
Indian restaurant, and me and another person there, we were just like, we were asked like what we were gonna have. We were gonna have tikka, tikka with lamb,
Oh yeah, tikka. Hmm.
with lamb,
Tikka masala.
again. Not the normal tikka masala, but
Oh
a little
okay.
bit different one with lamb instead.
Yeah. Hmm.
And it was so good. But we were like, she asked us like how spicy we want. We were just like spicy, like spicy. And the other people we were with, they just look at us and just like, are you fucking crazy? We're like,
Hmm.
no, we're not. And we finally get our food, we eat it normally, and they look at us, and the other guy is like, "It's probably not that spicy," and tries to play tough. And it's just like, "Hey, Jason, can I take a taste of the spicy thing on it?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, here, take a taste." And he's like trying to play tough, and you see his eyes are starting to run. You see his eyes, he's starting to, he's starting to cry with you. You see the eyes. And me and my other friend, we just sit there and laugh, and we just have a great time because we loved it.
Hmm.
When I eat great food, I start to make noises like, oh fuck yeah, this is good. I start doing that because it's so good, and I can't shut up about the food.
Yeah, you're
So
having a
that's
food gasm. That's what you call it. Food
yeah, and
gasm.
that food is one of the best tikas I've ever fucking tasted. So
Mm,
next time I probably will go to Game Expo in Norway again, but at
mhm,
least I know I'm gonna go to that Indian restaurant, and I'm still
mhm.
pretty sad that Prismatics did not get the chance to travel to that restaurant because he was
Ah,
too busy fucking sleeping.
you bum, prismatic. If you're out there, you're a bum, man.
Come
But
on,
Yeah,
man.
you come
yeah, I
on.
mean, cat. See, there. I was going to call you Cash. I'm so used to Cat because you are playing Cash today. But yeah, there's Jace. He walks to the place. How hot do you want it? Yeah, I have like one taste bud left in there. I want it dead. You hear me? Dead. That's how hot I want
Yeah, but many people think it's like you have to build up the tolerance for
it. Yeah,
spicy food, and you
you
need
do.
to get used to it. And
Hmm.
when I was super young, of course, I wasn't used to it. But more and more that I ate spicy food, more I got used to it. And I've had a lot of Indian friends and Asian friends, and every time I did visit, all my friends, I had Mexican friends
Hmm.
too.
Oh yeah.
And every time I came to visit them, they never had like normal food. Everything was spicy. So I remember the first time my tolerance for spicy food was not the best at that time, and it was many years ago. And they were giving us pizza, and I didn't know how spicy that pizza was. Yeah,
Mhm.
here's the fun. Yeah, exactly, Steve. And I was not used to the spice that they were, because they go really heavy on the spice.
Oh yeah.
And so this is my first time ever trying Mexican pizza.
Mhm.
And they didn't warn me or anything, those fucking bastards. Because I'm a Norwegian, they want to see my reaction. And I eat it. And I feel it burning in my mouth, but it tasted so
Mhm.
good. I feel it burning. I'm like, oh
Mhm.
shit, I've never tasted something that is that spicy in my life. But after that, that I just started liking it a lot more. I started eating a lot more spice
Mhm.
after that, and
Yeah.
it's just building up the tolerance for it. And then you will
Mhm.
learn to like understand that yeah, it's hot, but when it's spicy and you feel the little tingling, it's a good
Mhm.
thing.
Yeah.
And of course, some food can be too spicy and they will lose the flavor.
Mhm.
That is unfortunate. So if you are gonna do spicy, don't do for too spicy because it will lose flavor, because it
Mhm.
will fuck with your taste buds. It doesn't
Right.
mean you think it's hot. Like your body can be like, oh, it's not hot at all, but your tongue will say it's hot and fuck up your taste
Mhm.
buds.
Right.
Um, but it's
Well, yeah,
it's like
that's the
nah,
difference between heat and spice. Spice is actually the flavor. The heat is actually the temperature usually.
yeah, yeah,
And I remember when I was there in '94. This was actually the first experience I saw this happening. I didn't partake in it, but the first time I ever saw anybody order something off the internet, and they ordered a pizza from a place that was in Lillehammer, and when the pizza came in, God, I don't know what they had on it, but I could smell the spices on that pizza from
yeah.
a
You just
distance. It
smell
was
it. Yeah,
burning my nose,
yeah.
my
That's when it
nose
just
hairs were burning off. And of course, for me, it's like,
if your
this
nose
is
is
awesome.
clogged, if like
Oh,
90% of people's nose are a little clogged, right? But when
yep.
you feel that, when you can just smell it, it opens up everything in
Hmm.
your nose and everything. Just like it goes up
Oh,
there,
yeah.
and that's what's so fun about it. And
That's what
no,
it did too. It's like woofda. It's like horseradish, Chinese mustard, all
mm,
that stuff. It's like
yeah,
opens your nostrils.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
remember.
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I remember an old stream I did with some people. And the fun thing with that stream is that they were eating. We were all gonna eat spicy chicken. We were gonna have it. It
Hmm.
was like one of the really hot Korean sauces that's like super spicy,
Ooh,
but they really
yeah,
flavorful. I don't remember the name of it, but we bought it and we got
not
it.
sriracha.
And it had, everything was in Korean, so we didn't understand what the fuck it was
Yeah.
saying on it. But we understood like the label, like the spiciness, the hotness of it.
Hmm.
And two of my friends, they start eating, and they start burning, and like, oh my god, what's going on? Oh my god, they had to get milk.
Yep.
And I just sit there on the stream and I just eat and eat. I'm like, this is fucking good. Like, bro, this
Hmm.
is good. And they just look at me and just like, dude, you are not fucking human. I'm like, of course I am, dude. And I just continue eating, and they just didn't understand how I could tolerate it. I'm like, it's good. And the next day, he wanted to prank me because he did think I was just acting.
Hmm.
So he was making a toast for all of us, but my toast was extra special because he put extra Korean sauce in it and
Ooh.
didn't
Ooh.
tell me.
Hmm.
And I ate it like normal. And I'm just like, this is one of the best toasts I've ever had. And he's just like, yep, you're not human. That backfired on him because I loved it.
Don't you love it when those things backfire?
Oh,
I
it's
know what you
always
mean
fun.
there.
Yeah, it
I mean,
is so fun.
I'm a little out of practice with the hot food because I live too many Minnesotans here. I mean, so meal is too hot type of thing. Even though my
Mhm.
one daughter likes to eat Takis, and it's like that doesn't
Oh,
count. That
Takis are
doesn't
good.
count. Yeah, but
Oh,
still, it
it's
doesn't
so
count in
good.
my book.
No, it
So
doesn't. If you are gonna have Takis, you need to find the spiciest ones, and they're really
mhm,
hard to find.
yeah.
Um, And if you get Takis like in other countries like Asia and stuff, yeah, they are
Yeah.
better most of the time. Or homemade Takis. But I love Takis. I really love the blue Takis. They're not spicy at all. A lot of normal
Yeah.
people think they're spicy. Like normal people think they're
Yeah.
super spicy, but they're not. I sit and eat them like I can eat them every day. I love Takis. And one thing I do love to do is this is a good dessert if you want. You take the blue Takis and you get vanilla ice cream really good together because you get like this a little spicy flavor and some good flavors. Then you get the
Okay.
chilliness and the vanilla taste. And it's just like
Mhm.
that's like I love that taste. It's just a combination. I do recommend it to people. It's really good. But if you're gonna have vanilla, don't buy any cheap shit vanilla. Buy like
No.
real vanilla ice cream that really has the taste of vanilla. And
Mhm.
it is it the texture, everything together is just like it just fits really well. It's like a lot of people love to put salty not chips but French fries in the milkshake
Mhm.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And I'm like I'm like that just with Takis and vanilla ice cream, and it's really good.
The big thing here is putting French fries in Wendy's Frosties. I know a
Yep.
lot of people like doing that one. But right now we
Okay.
have Wolfgang Fox on here with us today and talking about cooking. But back when I was out about and doing a lot of that, I remember I got put in my own place a little bit because I was eating pretty damn hot food. But we went to
Yeah.
the Szechuan place when I was working the airlines. We drove down there, and they had the 1 to 5 star for the heat. So I'm going in there. Going, okay, yeah, being a little cocky, I admit it.
Yeah, I get you. Sorry,
I,
sorry. I just thought of that comment.
what that one that
Uh,
right there?
I'm kind of confused. I didn't think Jace did vanilla. Oh wait, actual ice cream. Never mind.
Yeah. Hey, I behaved with that one. But
Yeah,
I go in
but
there and
yeah,
go, okay, I'm gonna be a little cocky. It's like, yeah,
yeah,
I like hot food, but I'll go with a 3 star.
yeah.
Oh my god, that still burned like hell. It's
Have
like,
you? So before we
well,
get to this, I just want to ask: have you eaten the most spiciest noodles?
no, no.
I have. I'm gonna say one thing. Yes, it's fucking spicy. You
Hmm.
will feel it, but the goddamn flavor is one of the most good flavors I've ever tasted with noodles. That's a flavor you will never forget. And normally, when you buy it, you don't get any, meat with it. So, my good, if you're ever gonna try that, get some good quality chicken with it, and you're
Hmm.
not gonna regret it. It's gonna burn. It is
Hmm.
if you're not used to it, but it is one of the spiciest. But it's really good. You, it's worth the burn. It's
Hmm.
worth it.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's good, it's worth the burn. It kind of
Oh yeah.
reminds me, of a story though too. It's like we go to the Chinese restaurant and they have the buffets here, and they have like they'd have Japanese teriyaki chicken on a skewer, and my
Oh.
one daughter goes, "Oh, you want some of this?" And she goes, "No, I only eat American chicken."
Oh.
I mean, she
And
was young at the time. You're talking about someone who's like 10 years old and all that, but we don't. We make sure she never forgets that, especially now that she's
yep.
dating an Asian boy. Yeah.
And since we're gonna talk about films, there's something I just remembered from the Game
Uh oh.
Expo that Chris had to tweet because I love brie cheese, right? I love cheeses, and one of my
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
favorite
wait,
cheeses.
wait. You love brie? This is breaking
Mm,
news,
mm,
folks.
mm. You are doing the same thing as Prismatics right there. You do because we were
Be
eating.
nice.
Yeah, we were eating at a hotel, and I started talking about the brie cheese, and he started dying of laughter, and he started joking. Oh, you like brie? And he had to tweet about it. I'm like, you are such a motherfucker.
He
It's like
was eating brie. Mm.
oh God, no, thank you. She's not my type of woman. No, thank you. I like brie cheese, not brie feet. Fuck you. No, brie cheese. I love it. Brie cheese is good.
See, I was nice. I wasn't going there. Someone else did.
Yeah, Mike did.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, you know what? I can't always behave.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
I know.
can't.
I mean,
He's
yeah.
not
I
a
mean, I
vanilla
can't always.
guy.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I can't always be the bad guy. It's like like when we first went over the Rumble, right? I go over there, the first one who goes off. You think it's me, being who I am. I'm actually Mr. Mellow over there. The first one to go off is Cat. He went literal full-fledged, you know what grinds my gears? And there was actually some life in his voice. And then the next time,
Yeah, there was.
and then the next week, it was Mike that went off. I'm just kind of sitting there like, oh, yippee, yippee. Like, so it's like, this is like role reversal. We go to Rumble, those guys go bonkers. If we're on YouTube, I'm the one that goes bonkers.
Yep. And since we talked about food, I did grab myself jalapeno, no, not brie, a jalapeno meat stick, 3 stars.
Ooh.
Have you ever had lizard eyes?
Lizard eyes? No.
Yeah, that is an olive, but instead of a pimento, they have habanero put in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is good meat. A little spice. Good.
Give me straight lines, Chase. Come on.
No.
I can't even say it with a straight face. Yeah. Steve, don't get any ideas. Don't get any ideas.
You're going to be officially part of the soap opera now. You know that, right?
You mean the story? I used to be, but
Yeah.
I don't know where I went. I used to be on the
Well, you
story.
went
I
away.
don't know where I went.
You went
Yeah,
away.
apparently I went away.
Yeah. But now you're back.
Now
You're giving Big Daddy T-Gap Steve their ideas.
Is that me?
Yes, that's for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for you.
Yeah, that's for you.
I'm not sure.
Gum
No.
roast?
Oh, it's
Well-
that kind of cheese. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
never tasted that cheese. I've never tried that one, so I don't know.
How about Yaitos?
What?
Goat
What
cheese.
Oh yeah, goat cheese. I have tried goat cheese. Yeah.
I was gonna say, while you're contemplating that answer, we'll go through this list that Bounty in the Comics has. I'm not gonna read the whole article. We're just gonna
Okay.
check out
Let's
their
see
list.
what movies they think was the best one for this year or
Because
last year.
This year is still for us, okay, Mr. Fancy Pants? And of course,
Yeah,
as everybody knows, we are
Mr. Fancy Pants Norwegian
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I'm in the future, guys.
Yeah.
I'm ahead of you.
Yeah.
All right,
And of
future
course,
man.
as everybody knows, we are simps for Bounty in the Comics.
When they
We
do,
criticize them. We criticize.
we
them.
do.
We
They're great
criticize. Yeah,
people.
we
They're
do.
great people.
Oh yeah,
but
but
sometimes, I mean, bonding into comics, I cover your stuff a lot. You have to be sometimes. I have dyslexia, but I can read better than you guys when you write. And it's like I can
said
even
that
see
here.
yeah.
and I can even see when you write wrong, and it's just like I have dyslexia. I should not notice that. When I notice that, I'm like, shit, bro. I think you guys are a little bit worse dyslexia than me.
Yeah.
But I love you guys.
Oh yeah, we love them too. We go after them. I mean, we will love them, but doesn't mean we simp.
Sympathy for the devil.
And I'm
Not a
saying
bad
this as a joke because I really haven't seen Sympathy for the Devil. But why am I gonna have sympathy for Phil McCracken? Why?
movie. I don't know.
There's no need to have sympathy for Phil McCracken.
Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. It's Phil. It's Phil.
What I like with this movie is that it's the craziness of what Nicolas Cage can do. He knows how
you've
to
seen this one.
play. I've seen it, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not gonna spoil for people though.
Not like you did with Cyberpunk. Great, thank you.
No.
But you said Nicolas Cage did good in there?
Yeah, and Kinman is in it, or how you pronounce his name again? The Swedish guy who plays in Silent Night, Suicide Squad, and all that. It's a really fun movie. I've not seen Plane. I cannot say anything about Plane.
I love it. I'm Norwegian, but I'm having trouble with the Swedish name.
Plane. I saw the trailer for it. I wasn't interested.
I don't think I even seen the trailer for this.
Oh, because they also let's see here added a LGBTQ character to please the glad. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, no. When you add characters to try to please a certain demographics, you start
Mm.
tainting your work. Oh, who's that? Asian girl? Who's the Asian girl?
Gina Chen Jin.
Ooh, I know what I
Oh
want
yeah,
to
no
do.
more bats. It's actually I heard about it and I've seen a
I heard
trailer.
about it, and I heard that it was a very good movie.
Yeah, I heard so too. It's on my list. So I'm gonna check it out. It looked interesting.
Oh,
And we've got Godzilla -1. Yeah,
7,
I
just on
enjoyed it.
7, on
I would
7
have it.
place.
I would have it ranked higher, to be honest, but
A lot
this is.
higher.
Oh,
it's not my list.
come on. Be honest. Be honest, Mike. I know better than that.
It stinks.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Baron, like Gary from Pop Culture Mindfield says, shut the fuck up, Baron.
No,
Fuck
it
you,
just says
Baron.
fuck you. Yeah, that's what he says. Fuck you. Yeah.
But no, Godzilla -1, a 9 out of 10 movie. It was one of my favorite movies this year. It was really well done. And I am a casual guy when it comes to Godzilla and the monster universe like that. And I loved it. And it got me more interested in these kind of
Hmm.
universes. And I've seen the American adaptations of certain stuff, but it never intrigued me that much. So this one made me want to go back to watch the old Japanese stuff and learn more about the world.
Nice. See, it made a new fan out of you.
Now, you've gone kaiju.
I did.
Crit
And
will love that.
here's a movie that I would have ranked higher than 6. I would have it
It's
ranked
on my
number 4.
list. It's on my list. I've heard so much good about it. Other than
This is a very good movie. I went and saw it yesterday, and I really enjoyed it. And
yeah, I
yes, I
heard
went
so.
in
Yeah,
as a wrestling fan, knowing about the story about what
yeah,
happened to the Von Erich family.
yeah.
But Zac Efron, if he doesn't get an award for his performance as Kevin Von Erich, then that
That,
just shows
I,
how biased Hollywood is, and the movie
yeah.
should get
And
nominated.
the problem is that everyone when they hear Zac Efron, High School Musical, this and that, I'm just like,
Mhm.
If you see him in other stuff, he's actually a really great fucking actor. And this is a movie that I have high on my list that I want to watch because I haven't seen it yet. And
Mhm.
I'm a wrestling fan myself. I grew up watching wrestling. Me and my dad, we used to watch it every time it was on TV, every
Mhm.
night live. We were watching it together. We got some good food. We were watching it. It was fun. So I know about Iron Claw and all that. And
Mm.
I'm excited to watch it, and I'm excited to see Zac Efron's acting and story, like how accurate and other stuff like that. I don't know how accurate they were with the story, but I hope.
There,
um,
there were some things that I did catch, which is why I gave the movie an 8 out of 10. That were some minor inaccuracies, and some were kind of major.
yeah. Okay. No. So.
And another reason why I gave the movie an 8 out of 10 is because the actor portraying Ric Flair, they should
Yeah.
have chosen a better actor, especially with
Okay.
all the videos of Ric Flair's promos out there
Yeah.
that the guy could have studied. Because
Oh, it's Ric Flair.
Ri-
You
yeah,
have to really study how he moves, how he talks, how he acts. Like he has a personality of his own. That it's like a lot with a lot of these wrestlers. You have to do research on them and like
Mhm.
learn to play these real
Well,
people and who they were in the ring, and not in the ring. It's a lot of
mhm.
layers you have to go through. And another thing too is that most people that talks about this movie now, I've seen some other reviews, and
Mhm.
and and they all care about his fucking face because he looks so different in his face. Because we all
Mhm.
know, even though he has a story of him breaking his jaw, quote unquote, when he was really
Mhm.
young, but his face never did change before suddenly out of the blue. His face
Mhm.
was normal through all the time, and then yes, he did plastic surgery. He can try to deny it as much as he wants, but other than that, the point I want to make, can we focus more on his acting and what he did other than memeing
Mhm.
his face? It's like we get it, it's a meme, it's funny, yada yada, but it doesn't mean that's gonna be the whole thing with the whole movie. It's like, yeah, we just talk
Mhm.
about the movie and that. Yeah, you know what, you know my point. But yeah,
Mhm.
it's on my it's on my list, and I see that they say pro wrestling may be fake. I will always say this: yes, the acting is fake, but a lot
But
of
the
the stuff
physicality that the guys and gals have to put themselves through
yeah,
each and every night,
yeah, they're
365
stuntmen. They are professional
nights. Yeah.
stuntmen.
Yeah, that's exactly
They
what it
hurt.
is. It's a stunt show.
Yes. And sometimes they do hit each other. They have tried to be less and less with that and hitting each other, but they did hit each other many times in real life. Sometimes they did it on purpose to make it look good.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sometimes in order to get a spot over with the crowd, they made it look as real as possible.
Mhm. Well, that's
So
just it. Yeah, I mean, the stunt show, and and everybody knows a stunt show, something can go wrong, and some
Mhm.
can get hurt,
mhm.
Yes,
and so
Oh,
and
it's sad
look
when
at a
it's
lot of
promoted.
the wrestlers.
unfortunately, it has happened in
Many
the world of
times.
wrestling. Some it
Mhm.
have suffered concussions where they can't perform
When you
anymore.
have Iron
Oh,
Cage,
Owen
for
Hart.
example. Owen Hart,
Oh,
yeah, and
yeah, Owen Hart.
yep. And for example, when you look at, when they're on the iron cages and they go up on top of the iron cages and they have like
Mhm.
chairs, whatever, and they fall down from the cage and all that,
Right,
that stuff can hurt you pretty easy. You're just human.
Yeah.
right.
So many of these, professional stuntmen have hurt themselves, destroyed their
Mhm.
bodies for our
Mhm.
entertainment.
Right.
So I will say it's not fake. It's just the acting because they're also actors. So
Mhm.
when they act, it's acting. But also, I've seen a lot of the documentaries and interviews with old wrestlers, and yeah, there was a lot of heat backstage with all the wrestlers. Like not
Mhm.
Mhm.
everyone liked each other. It was a
Oh, no.
big. So
In
when they
fact,
fought in the ring, they wanted to hurt each other.
yeah. In fact, just
Yep.
before we
Shawn
go on the
Michaels
show,
and Bret Hart didn't like each other.
Yes, exactly.
Jesse the Body Ventura and Hulk Hogan.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
another one.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
You never hear Ventura say anything good about Hulk. Uh, but it's kind of when you're talking about one with Zac Efron, people knowing him from the High School Musical. It's kind of great that here's something that shows that he's got range, that he's
Yeah.
more than just a has been child star like so many
Yeah,
get
and I've
talked about
seen
this
a lot of
guy.
other movies
Yeah.
with him too. It's one of the movies
Mhm.
he did play in it was many years ago. He played a ex-soldier, and he
Mhm.
was an ex-soldier and all that. They fell in love and all that. It's like, dude, he plays really well in that movie,
Yeah.
and he also was in The Showman.
Hmm.
He did really great in that movie. He's really talented singer, dancer, performer.
Hmm.
So I think he's in the same category as Robert Pattinson. They both were in
Hmm.
something that is memeable. High
Right.
school,
Mhm.
Twilight. It's just like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that they can do other stuff. Like they are still
Hmm.
great actors with the great roles they can do, and they put their heart and souls into a lot of these roles.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the thing is with the Iron Claw, it just goes to show that even when we're all talking about how movies just aren't performing as well as they are because of particular reasons,
Hmm.
whether you want to say it's because of woke, whether you want to
Hmm.
say it's because Hollywood is putting one side against the other side,
Hmm.
whatever it is, The Iron Claw is an example of a movie just like Sound of Freedom that people really should give a chance and actually watch it
No, no,
because it
no. Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom is just a conspiracy, as they say. It's just a conspiracy. We had to turn off for the
What do you mean?
cinema, yada yada.
I,
Just
Alex Tag, will sit back and say it's not a conspiracy. It's happening for real.
it is happening for real, and
It
I
is actually. It
finally
is.
it is, and this was based on real stuff, real
Which is
stories, and
which is why they wanted to shelve that thing so bad and not
what
have it come out.
where did they
It,
place this movie?
they
the,
placed it at number 5 here on
I
Down in the
disagree with
Comics.
that. I would have put
I
it a
would I
lot
would have it
higher,
higher.
mhm.
dude. I
I just
would.
had one more thing to say about the last one, though, with the Iron Claw. You were
Mhm.
saying about Ric Flair. Not only do you have the luxury of watching all the videos and film footage of Ric Flair, he's still alive and hawking insurance,
Yeah,
folks. The actor could have
yeah.
Yeah.
gone and talked with them and tried to get
Hmm.
pointers, like a lot of people do. I don't know if he tried doing that or didn't even think about doing it, but if the person's
I
still
don't know. I
alive,
mean, I mean, even with the actor wearing a blonde wig, the actor didn't really look like Flair looked during that time period.
Who was the
Right.
actor in the movie? Who was the actor? I really
I
wonder.
can look it up on IMDb real quick.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
the guy
do
that
that.
played Urkel. It's the guy who played Urkel from Family
Mm.
Matters. Did I do
Um,
that?
No, no, Bear, no, no, it wasn't
Did I
Jaleel
do
White.
that? That would be weird.
Did I do that? Woo!
I mean,
All
all
right,
you
let
do is
me.
just watch one of those commercials that he's in. It's like you got Ric Flair, you know?
Mm-hmm. Limousine riding, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, son of a gun. I know I left out the jet flying part. All right, so let me look at the entire cast and I'll bring it up on screen once I find his name. Okay, I found it. And as soon as I click on it, I will bring it up on screen. And it jumped away from me. There it is. All right, so let me go ahead and change tabs. But this is the
Aaron
actor
Dean
who
Ice
played
Car.
Oh,
Ric
you'd have to
Flair.
do.
Isn't he
You have to
mostly
do-
known for TV shows? Mostly?
Let's see. He's known for The Deuce, DC Noir, Louis' Brother Peter, Public Morals. Let's see. Sunrise, Bull,
Because so
Upstate.
he is mostly a TV actor.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's still, yeah, if you're
Yeah.
gonna be in a bigger movie, you need to have like proper coaches to like learn the differences
Right.
between TV acting and film acting, big screen, the big full film, because it can be different sometimes
Right.
with acting.
And don't be
Um,
afraid to talk to the person you're going to be playing, and make sure you have the makeup artist to actually do a job to make you look like you're
yeah.
talking to somebody.
So he might be a great actor in other stuff, but maybe that was not the role for him if he didn't do any
Yeah.
research.
Well,
Maybe it wasn't. You know how it is with Hollywood anyway. They don't want
Yeah.
people to look at the source material. So
no.
he was probably
Yeah.
told, don't
They don't
look at
care
any
about
Ric Flair
story,
videos
source
or
material.
only look at enough where
Yeah.
you get the base of a Ric Flair promo, but still, the guy could have done a better job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And I know some people might be saying you're nitpicking, Mike. No, if you're going to play a guy who's still alive and who's still able to cut promos, and he's in AEW right now,
And
then
yeah.
it's
all you
bigger
have
than
to
life.
do, yeah,
Yeah, it is
and all you
basically
have to do is watch him and get down his
yeah.
mannerisms.
It is
Yeah.
basically the same situation that happened with Lords of Chaos, the biopic movie that was based on Mayhem from Norway, and all the misinformation they did in that movie and stuff that didn't really happen, and some of the real people who are still alive today were a little out of place. They were not like that, and even with the guys who are dead were a little bit misplaced of how they were. It's like with Euronymous, they made him into a sensitive guy who cared about a lot of stuff, and they made up that he had a girlfriend at the end. That never happened, and he cut his hair. There's like certain stuff that just didn't make sense with certain stuff. So it kind of reminds me a little of that, because the people that, even the Mayhem guys, was not the most happiest with the movie, even though one of the kids to the Mayhem guys played in the movie, but the Mayhem guys were not that happy with the misinformation with the movie. But this movie got canceled also in cinemas. It came out on Blu-ray though, so I did watch it. It's a fun movie if you look at it as a movie, but if you're looking at that movie as a source, no, it's so many unfaction stuff there with that movie that is not. But certain stuff there was right, and a lot of it was just like no. But yeah, it just reminded me of that.
No.
Oh, there's just so much about it. Anything that says it's out of today's headlines, or it's based on a true story. It's like,
Yeah.
how much of it's based, huh?
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, Ric Flair is kind of the last of that old guard almost that's still kind of active. I mean,
How old is he
even
now? He has to be super old now. Jesus.
He's in his 70s now.
yeah.
Damn.
I mean,
I can find out
even
exactly how old he is. Just give me a moment. And
Yeah, I mean Jesse Ventura looks like a strung out. I don't know what now. I mean, just emaciated and all that. And I got a conspiracy theory for you. You know?
Yeah.
And of course, he's still a Hulkster, but getting
I
Mhm.
baptized
remember,
the other day.
but I remember, watching, Andre the Giant, The
Oh yeah.
Undertaker, you
Mhm,
know, Shawn Michaels, and what
mhm.
was his friend again? His partner that he used to be with,
Marty
Triple
Jannetty,
H. Triple
Marty
H.
Jannetty, then Triple H, and
Yeah. Because I do remember that, and I loved Shawn Michaels. He was one of my favorites. I loved when he was stomping and he did the kick all the time. I always loved that. Um, and we also had in wrestling a guy called Rob Van Dam. He was basically basing himself off
Mhm.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. And I remember he did him some movies. I'm like, dude, he should do more movies because he did pretty decent job in movies, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought it was really fun. And I do remember
Oh,
Jeff Hardy, CM Punk, Eddie Guerrero, Mick Flory, and so on and so on. I remember all of this
well.
good stuff. And one of my
Mhm.
all-time favorites, Chris Jericho. Chris
Mm.
Jericho. Like I
And,
loved Chris Jericho. I thought he was a badass, and he makes great music now with Fosse's band.
and of course, Roddy Piper, he was a good actor too. I mean,
Oh
when he
yeah,
was out
Mhm.
there. But it's like we just again, I think professional wrestling's facing the same problem with most of entertainment out there.
yeah. Do you guys
Really,
remember Big Van Vader?
Yeah.
cool.
Oh,
Oh,
good, yeah.
mhm.
It's like I barely talk about wrestling on the channel, and it's just so fun when I find people and talk with people who also loves wrestling because it is so fun. I've actually been sitting and debating to buy some wrestling games on Steam because it's been so long since I played wrestling games.
Mhm.
And
Mike needs a partner. Mike needs a partner. No, he does.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's out there. He needs a wrestling
Ric Flair. Getting back to Ric Flair real quick.
Mhm.
He'll be
partner.
75 in February, on
He looks
February 25th.
he
Damn.
looks pretty damn good for being that old.
Damn. And and one thing I think is annoying every time we talk about wrestling, most people are like, "Oh, John Cena, John Cena." No, fuck off.
Ah,
I will be
Nobody cares about John Cena except John Cena. It's all about the Macho Man. Yeah.
hey,
yeah, Macho Man. Yeah.
any guy who legitimately boinks Amy Schumer doing a sex scene for real, it's like okay, yeah, yeah, turn in your card right now. Turn in your card.
I will always say that I always thought, when it came to like John Cena and stuff, I thought he was a boring character, boring wrestler. It was just not my cup of tea.
What? What?
What?
You
Oh,
found
And
come
John
on,
Cena bored? What?
yeah, yeah.
my. Oh, don't tell me we don't have that no more on here. That's why
I
you're not playing.
I don't have it on here. I still have the file. I just don't have
Yeah, I
it
know.
on
I'm telling
StreamYard.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you, I don't have it on here on StreamYards. You lousy son of a bitch.
So I just wonder, what did you guys feel about CM Punk?
Mm.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I like him as a wrestler,
Yeah.
but his personality, that's another thing.
Yep. I agree with you. And didn't you think it was funny when he tried MMA?
I I was excited for him at first, but then I saw him actually in UFC and I went, dude, you're way out of your league.
Yeah, if you're gonna do this, you need a lot more practice, man, and you need to. Yeah, I felt that was it was so
Back
funny.
to the minors.
Yeah,
Did he?
so,
He did
some
go
of my
back, right?
favorite wrestlers, yeah, he's back in WWE after being in AEW and then getting fired and over some scuffle. It was the second scuffle he had with the
Is it
company.
Triple H that runs it now? Is it Triple H who
Triple H
runs
is
it?
running WWE right now, and some
Yeah,
people
yeah, I
are saying
remember.
it's improved. Some people are still complaining that the product hasn't improved. I
Yeah.
haven't I haven't had a desire to watch wrestling in the last several years.
No, me neither,
I
unfortunately.
tried getting into watching AEW and watched it for a little while, especially when a friend and I were doing a YouTube show talking about wrestling. He called it Over the Barricade, and we would talk about the week's shows.
Mhm.
But it just got to a point where my friend's job was, just wanting him to do more, and wanted him to do more because he got a promotion. So it's like, dude, you got a promotion. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Go. Keep going up that ladder, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, but who was your
Yep.
favorite? You were gonna go to favorite wrestlers.
Okay, well, my all-time favorite, it's the Macho Man,
Macho Man.
the cream of the crop. Nobody does it better. And
Oh.
and then I liked Bret Hart.
Oh yeah, Bret Hart. Oh yeah.
And I don't know if you're gonna remember this name, but one of my favorites in WWE was Ahmed Johnson.
Oh, Ahmed Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
And then of course, what? What? Were you about to speak? Were you about to flap your gums? Were you about to interrupt? Were you about to say, see, this is what Mike was going to say? Stone Cold Mike is going to tell you when to speak, Baron. Stone Cold Mike is going to go down
Oh,
in history as the toughest SOB on YouTube. Stone Cold Mike.
Yeah,
Stone Cold Mike is going to walk down that aisle, step into that ring, and whoop some ass. PACIFIC414 says, "Oh hell yeah!" Okay, I fucked that last part up. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, anyways, so cold. What? What were you gonna say, Baron? What?
Well, I was gonna sit back and say, the thing is, I wasn't necessarily into wrestling, but the thing is living in Minnesota, we around this area, we were so entrenched in it because, of course, Gagne was from here.
The AWA.
Yeah, so you had that, and Ventura, of course, comes through the ranks here. Baron von Raschke, and all this other. I mean, you would have loved living here in the day, Mike, because there were, Nord the Barbarian. This place was just, you could just throw a rock and hit a wrestler, because not only they were living here too. I mean, it was, that was the day. I mean, I knew someone who worked. His father worked for the gas company, and he had the honor of going to Ventura's house and turning his gas off because he didn't pay his bill.
What do you mean you're turning my gas off? Don't you know who I am? I'm Jesse the Body Ventura. I'm doing a bad Ventura, but I don't care.
I'm the body. I don't got time to read, but I was kind of nice to the guy. Yeah,
So,
I was told he was pretty nice about. He was pretty nice about. He understood. It's like he wasn't going to take it on in this guy that's turning it off. So, and he wasn't intimidated. He wasn't intimidated by Ventura at all, because I hunted man.
Yeah, so my favorites were at least Triple H, Shawn Michaels, of course. Oh God, Chris Jericho, Randy Orton. I always had a soft spot for Randy Orton because I think he was a fantastic actor at the same time. And there's just so many that I Undertaker is one of my all-time favorites because it's the Undertaker,
The dead man.
The dead man, exactly. And of course, Kane. I really liked Kane.
Speaking of Kane, we'll go back to this in a little bit. I don't know if you've ever seen this, Jace, but I'll go ahead and pull it up.
Okay.
For everybody who hasn't seen, I'll pull up the full version, not the short version that I did. So give me a second to pull it up.
Even I don't know what he's doing here, folks. So this is going to be a surprise for the old Baron here. Of course, not to be confused with Baron von Raschke with the claw. See,
but I like.
What
I liked with Kane was like the outfits he did, the acting, the fighting style. He was just unique in my view. Right there, it's just like he was menacing, and I loved it.
Well, then you had like Billy Graham, who was kind of going out with that glam style. Did he just die earlier this year, or for you, Jace, last year? But he was kind of going out there, kind of doing that glam look and kind of breaking in that because Jesse Ventura made it more well known that he kind of copied his look when he went out there.
Yeah, and of course, Chris Jericho is just one of the best ones.
He's my hero.
All right, so this is from 12 years ago, and this was actually the first live WWE event I'd actually gone to. Never been to one before this.
I've never been to one, but
I went with a group of friends, and one of our friends had actually been to a WWE live event before, and a few TV tapings, and this was actually a live edition of Raw.
Yeah,
and he did tell me, if you smell anything that smells like nail polish, that means that somebody's coming out, but they're going to be using pyro. So be ready for that. And sure enough, and I'll go ahead and play the video.
And Mike's eyebrows still haven't gone back from this.
Oh my God!
that is cool, man.
And the thing is, I don't know how well you could hear it, but I'm there screaming, "It's Kane! It's the Big Red Machine! He's back!" and my friend who's been to several WWE live events, tapings, he's all, "Oh my gosh, I've been at an event for the return of Undertaker and now Kane."
Oh, that must be amazing though, to like experience both returns of two legends and all that. Just like that is a massive thing though.
Yeah. And then of course, going to this event, then I went to a SmackDown event, and one of the highlights was saving all my money to go to WrestleMania 10 years ago. But then, the product starts, going a little and I start losing interest.
Yeah,
was Mean Gene Oakron still around there, Mike? Was he still out there talking to the people?
Actually, when I went to the SmackDown event in Hampton, Virginia, the following year, Mean Gene was there.
Oh, he was so good. He was so good.
As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and pull up another video, because I don't even know if you've seen this one, Baron, but
probably not. No.
Yeah, what I want to say before is that it's just like what I've seen of wrestling now. It's just it has just become so weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has.
It's basically a soap opera now. I mean, honestly, it's it's Days of Our Tights. That's what it is. I mean,
But in SmackDown and wrestling and all that, there's one guy we cannot forget: Sheamus, Irish guy.
Yep. I've seen him in person a couple times, actually. He was champion at the time I went to the SmackDown taping that I'm bringing up. And
well, you're trying to tell me that there's an Irish guy who likes to fight? The hell you say?
Yeah. Do you remember that little dwarf, the little dwarf he used to have with him? That
Hornswoggle.
Yeah.
We call those. Yeah, we call those Phil McCrackens, but okay.
I love that, dude. It was so fun.
But this is my favorite moment of going to this particular
Piper. Oh, hell yeah.
Wow.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
There we go.
Roddy Piper!
Oh, yeah.
Roddy fucking Piper, man.
Oh, man. Is that your hand, Mike?
I'm not going to play the whole video, but I'm going to play You hear Roddy.
Oh, you got your rot. There's the camera.
I miss you.
Rowdy, 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 Rowdy,
I would be so stoked myself.
Rowdy,
Mike's geeking out. And good reason.
Tonight
Dude, I would do the fucking
Yep.
same thing, dude. I would do the same
Oh.
thing, dude.
Man,
Wrestling
I'm
has
envious
such a
of
big
that.
part of my life, dude. It has such a big part of my
Yeah.
life. I think one of the newest wrestlers in SmackDown and everything else in WW and SmackDown and everything is Io Sky, Japanese wrestler. She's amazing though. I really like her presence and what she does. But a lot of the other stuff, it's just like you have that goth woman who's like mommy and then just her kid and it's like a simp boy. I don't like it, dude. It's weird.
Rhea Ripley, yeah, I'm not really a fan of her
I
character,
want China back. I was going to say.
and we well,
14 minutes.
yes, 14 minutes and 50 seconds.
And in Norway, it's almost morning. Oh my god!
You
But-
vampire, you.
But see, here's the thing: they don't have someone like China anymore.
Mm-mm. Oh, even with the fake hooter, she was hot.
No one comes close to China.
Mm-mm. You know, I have to do a TMI story with you after, behind and the green room type of stuff, because I'm not going to tell this story on air.
Oh my.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
there's a lot to it.
even women's wrestling has gotten better. There's still some that need work, just like the guys,
Yeah.
Yo.
as far as in-ring work. But even women's wrestling has gotten better over the years.
It has. And Yeah.
They just have to remember to be tough and feminine at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
it's
what
not-
for example, that's what I like with Sky and it's the other woman too named Kairi Sen or whatever you pronounce it. Both are she's Asian too. I think she's Japanese too. And they look
Where's my
really
goodness?
feminine. They look really feminine at the same time, a little macho, stuff
Mhm.
like that. So that's what I like. You have the little cuteness. It's just like, oh, she's
Mhm.
pretty, but oh shit, she will fucking destroy me. It's just like
Mhm.
I have to be careful. That's
I mean,
the
when
cool
you get-
thing. That's a good
When the
thing.
mugger goes after you, and when the mugger comes at you, you sick her on him. It's like, well, be my savior, protect me. You watch her, pound the absolute living crud out of the guy, throw him in the garbage can, and it's like,
Mhm.
and you don't feel emasculated either. It's like, yeah,
No.
I still feel manly.
Well, it's just like, yeah, sure, violate me in bed. That's fine, dude. It's fine, girl. Just do whatever. I consent to all of it, even if you break my bones.
Death by snoo snoo.
Yeah,
That's exactly what that is.
That's what I wanted China to do. Death
Um,
by snoo snoo. But that's beside the point.
Yeah, but yeah, we have this.
Anyone familiar with the South Korean movie Switch?
I have.
We
I've
didn't
heard
talk about
about
the other
it.
movie yet. We forgot to talk about because we got back into my fault too into the wrestling because I asked about Ric Flair, but we didn't talk about
Sound of Freedom. Yeah.
Yeah, that was such when you look at the story, it's a good movie. I will say that it's a really fantastically well made movie, but it's
Mhm.
not a fantastic story. It's a really sad, horrible,
Yeah.
real life story that really hurts your fucking heart. Of this happens daily. This happens daily everywhere. And it's just so sad to see people say that, oh, this is conspiracy. This doesn't happen.
It's
Like,
not.
yes, it does. This
Yeah, it does.
happens a lot, and it's just like I saw some interviews with the actors. It's like that it was hard to do certain scenes in the film because it did like really push their boundaries and the uncomfortableness of filming this. And I do understand. It's a heartbreaking story, heartbreaking, and the actors did well. Everyone in this movie put their heart and soul into this movie. And I will say, there's some movies I've seen this year that I fucking love. It's like my favorite movie was Rebel Moon. That was my favorite movie of the year. But I'm not gonna put it on first place. I'm gonna be 100% honest and say I'm gonna put Sound of Freedom on first place. And the reason I do that is because the story and the real life stuff with all of this, it's so saddening, heartbreaking, strong. It hits. It really hits. It's
I mean, when I was watching it, it hit me at certain points. Even when I was recording my, out of the theater thoughts in the car, I was struggling to find the words because that's how powerful the movie
because
is.
this movie sits in your head after you watch it. It sits rent free in there. You will think about it after and like, wow, it's like you just this is how the world is. It is what the fuck, it's a sad thing.
I haven't seen it because I know I have to get myself put in the right frame of mind to do it.
It's not one where you could just sit down with popcorn or whatever and sit back and relax. You do have to be in the right mind frame to go see it.
I mean, I do want to see it, but I got to get myself in the right. I mean, the best thing I can make a comparison to for that is the movie Downfall. If anyone ever saw that, about the last days in the bunker, and a long film, well done film, magnificent film. But I tell you, if you're a manic depressive or going through a depressing moment in your life, depression, don't see this movie. Don't see it. No matter how much praise I can give this movie. Don't do it. But it's the
same with Sound of Freedom. If you are depressed and there's stuff happening in your life at that time, do not watch this movie. If you have experienced like these kind of assaults in your life, be careful when you watch this movie because this will hit you really hard and stuff like that, and you have to be in the right mindsets.
And another movie that I have to be in the right mindset to watch. It's a very good movie, but again, I have to be in the right mindset to watch it. Is Schindler's List?
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're well done films, but it's like, I mean, you can't say, "Oh, that was a good popcorn film," because it's not.
No, it's not. They're not popcorn films.
It draws you in. The thing is, they do such a good job of grabbing you and sucking you in. You're almost living.
Basically living in you're living in these moments, you're living in every moment of these people,
right? And and I made no secret, I'm suffering what I call the depression, anxiety, and panic attacks and such. So I know at this time in my life, no, I don't need to see this film as much as I want to see the film. But it's like man's got to know his limitations, as Dirty Harry says. But when I do feel I'm able to, I will see this. But I do put in the same category of Downfall, which I wasn't suffering from it when I first saw it. I got it on DVD. I mean, I got it on DVD. Trying to remember which movie critic, Michael Medved, who's Jewish. He sat back and was just touting this film. You got to see this film, and it's just so it's like seeing it's like even not suffering from it, I still walked away with just wow, my God, with that movie. And I do count as a great film, but again, don't see it in a bad place.
No, you shouldn't. And I've talked more about this on other channels and not ours, but on Corey's channel, we do talk about mental health. We normally has mental health Mondays, and I suffer from PTSD and other mental illnesses and depression. And a lot of that, I need, if I'm gonna watch movies like this, it took some time for me to watch Sound of Freedom because first it was not gonna be shown in Norway. They didn't want to show the movie, but then some people did fight to get the movie to Norway, so it did get released in Norway, certain places. But that was too late for me. I already saw it before that because it came on streaming online, so I watched it there instead. But it's like I had to set myself in the right mind space because of my experience of life. I've experienced certain stuff that still haunts me to this day, my depression, and I just had to I had to sit down with myself and be like, okay, I need to watch this movie because I care about the real world. I care about fighting
Mhm.
for kids. I care about all of this. I need to watch it so I will get through it. And I was not ready for what I saw. I was not ready.
Mhm.
Like, no, you are not ready. Even if you say you're
Mhm.
ready to watch this movie, you're not. But you just be in a better mindset, and be prepared. Just like this movie is gonna really surprise you of how evil this world really is.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it is.
Right. And that's just it. Is we talk all the time about pop culture, talking about films and how we want to get back to the basics. It doesn't mean we don't want to have films like this. The thing
No, we
is
want film.
the
It's like
mental but we do want stuff like this now, but not all the time. We do need our escapism, but we don't mind seeing a film that does hit us hard with what's going on in real life. The trouble
exactly.
is a lot of people who are trying to do these films in real life is giving us the bullshit out there.
Yeah, and that's why I praise
Feeling
these people.
films.
That's why I praise these people that created Sound of Freedom, because they
Mhm.
did something that Hollywood doesn't do. That
Well,
all these other
I'll also look at it like this too. This is originally under 20th Century Fox.
Hmm.
Yep.
And who
That
acquired
Disney.
20th Century Fox and
Disney.
didn't want anything to do with this
Hmm.
movie?
Disney.
I wonder why. I'll just leave it
And now
there.
another reason why I don't like Disney. This is all I'm gonna say. But I do see we have a comment, so we're not gonna.
Mhm.
And the Pata Wannabe says, "Hey, all, I wanted to get my Happy New Year's to you at Pacific before your New Year. Well,
Mm,
Happy New Year to you, Pata Wannabe.
happy.
I wish you all the
Happy New Year.
best in 2024 for you and your wife.
Hmm.
May it be a
And
prosperous New Year for everybody."
and good job getting the she shed back from her.
And squall to everybody out there.
Yes. And speaking of the new year, let's go ahead and check out the time.
Oh,
We
there we
are
go.
now
4
4
minutes.
minutes, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4 minutes
Oh,
exactly until midnight here on the eastern
okay.
seaboard of North America.
If you're on East Coast watching, don't tune in to the major networks, folks. Don't watch that artificial thing called. You want to be right here for when that clock goes to zero, because I tell you, uh, we got special. We got our own stuff here to go in. This is going to become a new tradition for families around the world. Tuning in to Pacific 414 for New Year's. So, I
Yeah.
mean, we have no Michael Seachest here or whatever the heck his name, Ryan Seachest, or
Ryan
anything like that. We have real
Seacrest.
people.
Ryan
Yeah,
Seacrest.
Right. Right. I mean, Jace with only one testicle has more balls than he's got. So come on. You want to stay here with us.
Well, it's facts. It's facts, man.
Yeah,
I can't
do I
deny
lie?
it.
Yeah, I'm not lying here. I mean,
Yeah, you're
you want to
not.
stay
That's
here
the
with,
fun part.
and men want to be him, women want to be with them, and Swedes fear them.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little scared
All
of
right.
him too, but that's beside the point. I don't want to know that because I'll give a big ego.
But
I
yeah,
will admit that when it comes
No.
to this next film, I'm not that familiar with it.
No, I only
Mhm.
heard about it, and people have said good stuff about it, but I've not seen it. Only
Mhm.
heard about, not seen the trailer. But only heard that a lot of people thought it was a great fucking movie. That's all I know about it.
I think I may have
So,
seen some.
but Asian movies does well. I'm just gonna say that
Mhm.
Korean movies, Japanese stuff, but mostly Korean stuff is the ones that have done really well in the
Mhm.
all over the world now.
Yeah.
And a lot of what Koreans does is like I barely watch Norwegian or American TV anymore.
What?
I
Right.
mostly watch Japanese and Korean TV,
Yeah,
and
but we
this stuff.
don't get North Korean. You said North Korean. We don't get North Korean. I get North
I mean,
Korean music, but we don't get their stuff.
no,
We
but
should, because your leader is wonderful.
but no,
Okay, Barrett. Oh, all right. Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
But no, Korea, South Korea and Japan, they make a lot of good TV shows, a lot of good movies, and a lot of good, funny music shows and other stuff like that. Is just really funny because it's just the way they do it and stuff like that. But I will say, the companies in South Korea, they are not the best when it comes to like music
Mhm.
or movies and stuff like that. It's really harsh, really hard terms they have to go through, but they still get the job done to create a lot of great content. At least that's a big
Mhm.
plus. But
Oh, keep that up. Keep up because we're close enough, Mike. I think we should keep
Oh,
that up.
I'll keep it up, Mr. Producer.
Well, someone's
nah,
got to
keep
be.
it up, baby. I will keep it up for you, baby.
Oh, please do, man. Please do. You make me all tingly inside.
You make me all tingly.
Ooh.
Um,
Here we are. Here we
but it's
are.
gonna be an
40
honor.
seconds late.
Here we are,
Yeah.
40 seconds. Clock
And
is
I'm just
ticking
going to
down.
say, I'm happy here to celebrate with you guys. I'm happy.
I'm happy you could be here with us, Jace.
In a half
Wish
a
Cash
minute.
could have been here with us too, but
Yeah,
he's
well,
not
God,
feeling well, and I
yeah.
hope he gets better.
Yeah. And here we are, 20 minutes, and you'll be in the world of Jace. You'll be in the future. I'll still be
Yes, you'll be in the future with me. Finally, we can be a family.
Okay,
again in the future.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dun, dun.
Happy New Year's, everybody.
Happy New Year's, everybody out there.
Happy New
Happy
Year's.
2024 from the East Coast of North America, the United States, Canada.
And like I
Build it
say,
cracking.
Skull
It's
to
not
Valhalla. Skull to Valhalla.
To all of you.
Or to quote my boss, Nostrovia from Moscow. Nostrovia.
All right, let
That was some
me.
sexy music. That was real sexy music, man.
Is that Kenny G, man?
I was looking for Old Land's Eye, and I found it, and this was the version I found. I'm going with it. But to everybody who is watching on the Pacific Forum Forward YouTube channel, Rumble channel, Paranormal Tags, Phantom Legacy, and over on the Pacific Forum Forward Twitter channel, I wish you all a very happy and prosperous 2024. I hope that everybody can achieve whatever goal you have in mind, not just this year, but in following years as well.
And
I'm hoping for the best.
Me too, but please keep that insurance card just in case you have to return it. Okay.
Yeah. And like I always say, life's too short. So life's too short. Make the most of it, everybody. Every year.
Yes.
No matter
Yes.
what.
I mean, honestly,
What?
I have to sit back and say this. Growing up, who would have thought that we would be talking so freely about the year 2024 when we thought the year 2000 was so far away? At least me, growing up. And now here we are, 2024. Where's my flying cars? That's all I gotta say. I don't want tampon dispensaries in the menu. I want flying cars. Okay, that's what's wrong with this country. Do I have to bring up Alex Jones again? Start talking like Alex Jones.
We need a flying
Happy
car.
New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I hope everyone is doing well. And yes, 2024,
Hey.
I put myself on camera. Cheers, everybody.
I don't have a camera, but skull, everybody. Skull.
That's because we all did that petition to make sure you didn't get one.
Yeah.
I know. I was the asshole that started that, and I got my hobbit pipe out. Celebrate the. Where's Michael?
I took myself off. I took myself off.
Hit the wrong button again, huh, Mike? Not that we haven't done that before.
Well, please, gotta start off the new year just like the old year. Gotta take myself out every now and then.
There we go. That's a good luck charm right there.
Yeah.
Folks.
The first kick out of the year.
Yeah, I kicked myself out. I haven't kicked you guys out. But
yeah,
Janet, happy New Year's Eve to you. She is in the Central Time Zone, so
yeah, we got an hour to go, Janet. But yeah, there we go. The lovely Janet was going to be my replacement.
Happy New Year's, Janet.
In the new year here, I heard the negotiations, and Mike's making sure my desk is cleaned out. So
I am not doing that to you, Baron.
I've
I've said it, and I mean it. I am grateful that you and Cash have joined me on the journey for Pop
Mhm.
Talk.
Oh, you know
The
what?
the, the show wouldn't be the same without you guys.
Well, and we're doing pretty good without them. The thing that we got Chase, so I think it is an improvement. We should really start thinking about this. You know, we should
Yeah,
talk about it.
right.
But no,
Mhm.
hey, Comic Relief Crusader, good day, eh?
Hey,
Good to
Hey
see
there,
you,
happy New
Mike.
Mike.
Year.
Good to see you, Mike. How you doing? See, we
All I
gotta be
want to
careful with
say
Mike.
this year, Pacific 414 and 540 and many others out there who are in this community, this family, we will do big, we will do amazing stuff, a lot of great shows and a lot of great
Mhm,
times on everything that we do. And we have to thank the audience for being there for us every
Hmm.
year, how it's
mhm,
been. And 2023, I met you guys, I met
mhm,
your
Yeah.
audience, and
mhm.
everyone
And
out there.
we and we we met yours by going on to 540, and
Yes.
Yeah, and I did
And
get too many complaint letters about it too, so that's a good sign. You know.
yeah, and we would none of us here on the panel would never been here if it wasn't for any of you guys out there and the support and the family we have created out here. We are not
Mhm,
just a fellowship community. You can call it whatever you want, but what I like to call it,
mhm.
we are more than that. We are a goddamn fucking family because we
Yes.
do want to
yeah,
take
we
care
are.
of
Yeah.
each other. We want to
Mhm.
help each other, and that's what we need to focus a lot more on in 2024.
And I think we're going to see that. I mean, Mike says about Cash and I being on the show, and of course I'm flippant about it because I don't want to get my ego too big. But honestly, about the whole thing is I'm more than honored to be on here. It's Mike is very kind and lets me be uh crazy as he wants me. He's never done a
Yeah, you
backstage
can talk
lecture. As
about
much as
all
I
the
joke about it.
shit,
Yeah. I mean, as much as I sit back and say about those backstage lectures I'm going to get from Mike for doing something in the show, we've never had that. Why? Because we're all in tune. You know, Cash and I and Mike are so in tune, and of course, Jay's coming in here. Same thing. I mean, we just sit
Hmm.
back and say a topic, and then Jay starts talking for the next hour, and we don't have to do a fucking thing. I mean,
You,
Hey,
you
do
know,
what Johnny
I,
Depp
I
did with Marilyn Manson. Just give me a pill and I will shut the fuck up.
I I'm gonna tell everybody what I've told you guys backstage. What I've told you guys in Discord is that we've got a good dynamic going.
mhm,
Yes, we get silly, we
mhm,
get crazy, but when it comes down to getting down to brass tacks, we've done that too.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But we still want to keep it fun and we still want to keep it
Yeah.
entertaining. Why we like to
Yep.
talk about things that other people aren't. I mean, it's not that we're
Hmm.
being snooty or whatever, but a lot of
No.
people are talking about stuff and they're probably doing a better job talking about some of these topics than we could ever do. So it's like, well, there's other stuff we can talk about. Why try to
Well,
jump at everything?
not only doing a better job than what we could do, but what are we going to add to what's already
Right.
been said?
Hmm.
That's a
Yeah.
different take.
Right.
Exactly. Different takes, and when we're working together too, in that kind of sense, we can help out each other, and it's so much that we can achieve together as a team,
Hmm.
like a family,
Hmm.
Hmm.
and that's what I'm all about. With you
Yeah.
guys, I've always felt honor, love, and a lot more. I cherish everything that we have
Right.
together, and the most important thing about all of us, one thing that we are real. We don't fake our reactions. We don't do
No.
anything
Hmm.
like that. We are us. Like Janet said, just be yourself. And that's what
Right.
we are. And that's what we want to be. We don't want to be anything fake.
Yeah.
We want to be real. And when we are real, that's when you get the best content
Hmm.
ever.
Hmm.
Which is why we love Janet, which is why we love Rough Girl, why we love Comic Relief Crusader, why we
Hmm.
love
Why we love
Padawannabe and
pop
Teacup.
culture mechanic
Yeah.
and Whoopa Troopa, as you mentioned, Padawannabe.
Hmm.
And
Love
so many
seeing
more.
TF Steve here, and love
Hmm.
seeing Kathy Skywalker here when she's able to come, and
Hmm. And
love
Leia
seeing
Rose.
everybody when they're able to, yeah, Leia Rose. And, I have got messages from people saying, I'm sorry, I haven't been around your channel and I've been busy. It's like, I
Hmm.
understand. We're all busy. I try to
We're
support as
humans.
many channels as I can. And I know that when I see somebody, yeah, I get excited because it's like,
Hmm.
I haven't seen him so long. Like seeing Rough Girl tonight.
Yeah.
it's
like a
great to see
family
Rough Girl.
meeting, you know? It's like you're meeting family again. Like, oh my god, you know, it's family. You know, that's you get that
Yeah.
excitement feeling of family. It's just like it's so good to see you. You know.
Well, we kind of have a nice little network going on here. Network, not a network. Maybe we should talk about turning into a network, like some of the other people, like Mexican Ironman has done with the others. But I mean, we have a little network with UJ's with 540. Of course, we have of course Cash Monet, and of course the Phantom Booligans. Myself, Janet from Another Planet, that we've been lucky to do things with. We all work together, and the big goal is not to one up each other,
No,
but to help each other. And that's what's so
Yep.
great is when you go on there, it's like, what can I do to help make this person's show even better by my appearance on there? It's not about me; it's about making that show look good.
Yep.
yeah. If I'm invited to a show, like if I'm invited to Jason's show, and he doesn't want me to act like I do on Pop Talk, that's fine.
Mhm.
It's all about reading the room.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I have freedom here, and with the Primetime Kings, which I hope starts up again here soon. And that's nice. And what's kind of nice is a lot of people have let us be free in who we are when we go there, because that's who they want. They want us. They don't want us to try to be who we're not, and that's just as really, it is touching and endearing that they want us to bring our A game that we normally are, and not switch up who we are. Maybe not say certain things, which is understandable.
Yeah.
But
Say
still,
certain things, act certain ways, and
right.
Mm.
But generally, even with how we act, people kind of want us to be the way we act. Just watch what you say. It's like, we
Yep.
don't say certain words. Okay, no problem. We can live with that because that's your show.
Yeah. No.
That's your
Yeah.
channel. We're going to
Yeah.
be 100% respectful there with that.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
if everything else is carte blanche, well, you asked for it.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've apologized to Cash several times for cursing on his channel the way I do when we're
I
planning a game.
apologize to you for speaking
says-
too much on the stream.
That's true. During the last member stream, you kept apologizing. I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, why is he even apologizing when this is
I don't
exactly
know.
what you should do on a member stream?
He was dropped on his head when he was a kid. That's
But
why.
I have respect, so that's why it comes all from
I
respect,
know.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. It's like I've said many times. Look at it like you're walking into someone's home.
hmm
Respect the house rules.
Right.
Yep, exactly. That's important, and it goes to
Right.
everybody.
Yeah. I mean, Paul doesn't want us to say certain, say naughty words. Okay, fine. We won't say naughty words.
Yeah.
But he likes to say it on ours. But I don't care.
Like
I'm
instead of saying fuck, you can say flark.
our fornicate.
Yeah. So it's a lot of words you can use just to
Or you could go, yeah, baby, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, baby.
My
Yeah,
mojo's
baby.
rising, Mr. Mojo's rising. But it's like from my favorite song, I Don't Want to Join the Army. Have you ever heard that one? It's like
Yeah.
they have the greatest line. You have?
I have.
Oh yeah, I mean they have one of the greatest lines in there. And fornicate my fucking life away. I mean, what better than to put fornicate and fucking together? It's the same thing. I love that song. I used to sing it, and then I had my daughter and then my former wife sat back. And, you better quit singing that song around the house. She started to learn it. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's a good way to learn it.
yeah. I think she's forgotten it. Thank God. Well, now she's got a more potty mouth than me. I tell you, I got to talk to that kid.
But one of the things I have enjoyed doing, not just this past year, but since I've started doing more and more live streams and trying to do more panel streams, is reaching out to other creators and asking them if they would like to join a panel or come on to Pop Talk and talk about their channel. That is something I really look forward to, and I've looked forward and really enjoyed seeing not just folks that have been here, but new folks come by.
Right.
Yep.
And see what the channel's all about. Especially when I'm playing a game, right, Barrett?
Yeah. Yeah, there's an Eric Anderson that came on your show the other day. It's like, I don't know how that happened. You should ban that guy. He's a troublemaker.
Oh no, he's fine. He's fine.
I saw what he said right off the bat. He dead yet? Dying yet? That asshole. That asshole needs to be banned off your channel.
No. Because if I do that, then he won't be a co-host.
Well, no, see, I got the two accounts that was actually on the wrong one. So here I'm going to start trash talking you, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's me. Okay, better switch over. I'm not shy about my real name because my real Facebook I put on there about my alter ego Baron is going to be on the show. And it's like, oh, okay. And like I said, Mexican Iron Man already outed me as it is. So yeah, I'm talking about you, Mexican Iron Man. You
I've had a couple people out my last name too, so it's like, all right, it's out there. I didn't want it out there, but it's out there.
I'm
For
sorry.
me,
I said Mike
there.
Berditzman. I know the Berditzman. I'm sorry. That's what your last name, Berditzman, out there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and my name is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and my name is Jason Fox, so it's public. You know, But I did change my name though, so nobody really knows my biological name. It's like nobody really does other than my family.
Gern Blanston. It's Gern Blanston. I know what.
Oh yeah, it is.
I checked in on you. You've got Mike Berditzman and you, Gern Blanston. I mean, I know better.
Yeah, and it's like nobody in Norway would ever have the name I do. That's not normal in Norway. But it's like when I started, everything that we did, I needed a name, and Jason became a thing. Jason because I'm a big Star Wars fan, Jason Solo. And then people started mocking me with that I look like, Guy Fawkes, that guy from France and all that, his story, That
what do you mean? No, England, man. England. Get it right. He was gunpowder plot, man. He was going to try to blow up Parliament.
Yeah, sorry. But so people always say that I look like him and all that, and it looks like I'm wearing the mask all the time, right? So I was just like, fuck it. I'm gonna take the last name because I normally have the same hair look, I have the same beard. Okay. I'm gonna do it.
That's why you can't go to England no more. I see.
Yeah, it's not gonna be great, man, because I'm Fox. I'm family with Guy Fawkes now.
Yep. And real quick, getting back to this list, the Shield. That was number 3. That's another Korean film. Actually, this is the first I've heard about it.
What did you say?
Yeah.
For this movie right here, The Shield.
I've not heard about that.
And Tetris. Well, why do I need a movie about Tetris? I can just play the game.
Yeah, it is a biopic.
I'm just being a smartass.
Hell yeah. I've heard a lot of people say good things about it, but I do not really care that much, to be honest.
I think that movie would kind of hit more for people like in my age. When Tetris first came out, it was such a big thing. Of course, they're making it was still while the wall was still up, and everyone was making a big deal about this Russian game, this game from Russia, and it just took off like mad.
It did because it came with the original Game Boy. It was on computers. It was on the NES. It's been on subsequent consoles and
I mean, it was like all over the place. Still is. I mean, the people play variations of that game still yet to this day. So I can understand that there was a biopic about that, especially when you're dealing with something that was behind the Iron Curtain and the intricacies back. I mean, I think there's a lot of fascinating things that could be about this movie. I haven't seen it. This is the first I actually heard that they did a film on that. Now I'm intrigued. Why? Well, because like I said, I'm one of those old people. I'm old, older than Phil. I'm old, don't you know?
And of course, no surprise, Oppenheimer is number 1, and Oppenheimer is a good movie, and it didn't feel like it was a 3-hour movie. That's how good it was. It just kept it going.
That's the important thing, yes.
Yeah, no, for me, I felt it was a 3-hour movie, but that's because I work with film. So for me, it's like I saw scenes that was not 100% perfect with the editing
Mhm.
and stuff like that. But I
Mhm.
look, when I look at movies, I look a little bit different than just watching. It's just like,
Mhm.
even if I just want to watch a movie, unfortunately, my my work brain is still there. I still think like I'm working on a movie or a film project, whatever.
Mhm.
But the movie was really good. Other than that, like I said, there are certain stuff you could have shortened down.
Right.
And some music. Like, one thing I don't like how Nolan does the music, because sometimes he makes it way too loud and noisy that it drags me out of the scenes.
Mhm.
But that's always been his problem in my view. But he still, he still makes certain things great stuff.
Mhm.
I don't like his Batman movies as much, but that's just me.
Oh man, I'm glad Cash isn't here because we have a throwdown fight about now.
Oh, Cash knows about this really well.
Oh, I
I've
know.
said my
And
opinion
Cash
on it.
Well,
is a
if
bonus friend.
Cass were here, we'd
You
get
know what
this.
really grinds my gears?
Yeah, exactly. But other than that, I think this is a really good movie. And even if it was on second place or first place, it does deserve it for people who really, really love this movie. I would not place this as my favorite movie of the year, but it's one of the movies I really enjoyed of the year 2023.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's an amazing prequel to Godzilla Minus Zero.
Yes,
It's a
exactly.
wonderful prequel. Yeah,
Connect them together, it's a
there we
perfect
go.
story.
Mhm.
Because one of the movies I enjoyed this past year was Megan.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people liked Megan, and I watched it and I thought it was super boring.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, we're gonna have a throwdown.
I think what hurt the film, and I also talked with Pops about this, was the last 20 minutes.
Hmm.
Kind of took you out of the film.
Oh, I totally agree with that. It's like, I didn't hate the movie. I just thought it's like, it's whatever for me. I don't hate
Hmm.
it. I don't like it that much. It's like, yeah, it's whatever. But at least it was better than a lot of other stuff out there. I
Well,
know a lot of people are just, can we get a Megan and Chucky movie? No,
That'd be
really
interesting.
fun.
well, see what's good about that film. I haven't seen it, but I just from what I'm hearing a lot of people say it, and basically what Mike said, I've heard from many other sources. The last part of the film kind of fell apart, but
Yeah.
what you had is basically like those popcorn films that we had in the
Yeah, it was
'80s.
just a popcorn film. Yeah, it's just a
Right.
popcorn film. That's what I want to say. It's
Mhm.
a popcorn film, man. It
Right.
doesn't matter if you really like it or how it is. It's just like, when you watch there, and it's just a popcorn film. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's decent. It's okay. It's not the best thing ever, but it's a
Yeah.
popcorn flick. It's a good
Do you
popcorn
feel?
flick. So that
Yeah. Did you feel like you wasted time seeing it? Did you have fun while watching it? Well, okay. If you can answer that, then it was a good film. But
yeah,
I'm not saying
exactly.
importantly a good film. I'm not saying great film, but because we had a lot of good
Yeah,
films, but
I
we.
think, I didn't feel I wasted time. I still think it's
Mhm.
a movie that's worth to watch. I think it's a worth to watch it. I think you take time, watch it, and get your
Yeah.
opinion on it.
Yeah.
It's just me personally, it was just boring to a certain point, but there were stuff that I liked in it, of course.
Mhm.
But it
Right.
was just a little too boring. But yes, I didn't waste time. I did, have fun either way. It's a good popcorn flick
Mhm.
that you can, watch with friends, or,
Mhm.
if you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever, it's a good film to,
Mhm.
sit down
And
in the couch, just sit down in the couch, have popcorn, and cuddle up. Hopefully your partner will be scared, so you can hold them a little extra, and they will hold you a little extra,
Mhm.
right? That's and
Yeah.
and a lot of people think that dolls are creepy, so it's
Mhm.
perfect with that.
So
Um,
you're talking about Netflix and Thrill? Is that what you're trying to say?
exactly. No, for
Yep.
me, I'm gonna say, to 2023, I didn't watch that many movies other than certain few movies here and
Mhm.
there. It was more of a TV show year. I felt
Mhm.
like 2023 was more of a it was a lot more better stuff with TV shows. Like, we got the One
Yeah.
Piece that was really fucking good.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
it's my of last year, that was my favorite top tier TV series. Like, it was just one of the best ones I've seen in a long time.
Mhm.
Right.
And if I'm gonna
On
go with,
Netflix for all things.
yeah, of course. And the next thing I think was that was my favorite movie of the year. That was Rebel Moon. Even
Mhm.
though I need to put it on second place, because Sound of Freedom. It might not been, I can't say it's my favorite movie of the year. It's a really sad movie.
Mhm.
It's hard to like say it's my favorite because of the story and what I mean.
Mhm.
But storytelling, Sound of Freedom is the first place of storytelling
Right.
and stuff like that. But just turning off your mind and entertainment overall, with good entertainment and a fun story
Mhm.
to watch, that was Rebel Moon. Fiction
Yeah.
world, Rebel Moon was my absolute favorite movie of the year, and I've gotten a lot of shit from people just because I like that movie. I get a lot of
Right.
shit. I,
Mm,
I
yeah.
even got I even got called woke because of liking that movie. Funny
Well,
thing
yeah.
that people call me woke. I've never like I actually have been called woke a couple of times now, and I'm just like, I'm one of the least woke people you can fucking meet.
Yeah.
Um and it's
What?
funny. But Rebel Moon, my favorite movie of
Mhm.
entertainment, and then One Piece, favorite TV show of entertainment.
See,
This year.
you and I have a little bit of a problem when it comes around to this because when I sat down with Rebel Moon, well, One Piece I didn't know what to expect either. I just heard a lot of. I started watching the anime after I started watching the live action, and it's like, wow, both these are good, and
Mhm.
so very pleasantly surprised. But when it came to, but I going in with that critical eye of the storytelling mythological building. I went into Rebel Moon with that critical eye, with no expectations, because again, I tried to divorce
Mhm.
myself from what people say about Schneider. Schneider can be good for doing films; he can be bad doing films, and of course, he's been very controversial amongst the fan base
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
he's always
So,
been like that. Always
yeah,
been like that. So
right.
it's like I
So,
it's like a lot of people think that I am a Zack Schneider guy and I will defend all his works. No, I do not.
right,
I've always criticized him for a lot of
mhm,
different reasons. When it
right,
comes to real life, to movies, I
hmm
still criticize him. And even though I think Rebel Moon even though I think that's my favorite movie of the year, I'm still
right.
critical to certain stuff in the movie, and I could
Oh
still
yeah,
see
Mhm.
stuff that was where it was taken from, but I
right.
still enjoy the fucking heck out of it. Even though I saw all this stuff that I still will be critical on, but I
hmm
still give it a 8. I still give it a 9 out of 10
hmm right.
because
Which
I
I gave about
And
a 7-8 myself. Mhm.
real quick, I just want to say good night to TGAP Steve,
Oh,
who
19 cap.
says, all right, folks, 21 hours up on like 4 hours sleep. I'm about to make my keyboard a pillow, so I'm going to go get an
Well,
actual pillow. Happy
Spartacus.
2024, and I'll be back after the subliminal messages.
Well, Spartacus and
him.
Cashman can
There we
always
go.
make their keyboard into a pillow. So, but you know what? Definitely Happy New Year's to you, Big Daddy T Gap Steve, and thank you for all the
Yep.
entertainment you give us. We
Yep.
never asked for it. He offered it, and it's wonderful. So
He's a good
I don't know
writer.
how. Yeah,
Steve,
I think.
you need to write a book or a comic book or a movie.
Mhm,
Dude, if you want to make a fucking movie or TV show, hit me up. I
mhm.
work as an editor and all that. We can make something fucking amazing. We can make a whole show
Yes.
about these motherfuckers on the panel.
Oh wow!
True.
I don't think the world's ready for
A-
that.
And I
And
do.
TGAP also adds Mike, great reading in the new one with you and Barrett, and Jay's happy
Okay.
beep, 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 beep.
It's happy fuck ass fuck New Year. Yes. All
As
day.
Wow,
only
I
as
love
only
it.
Jace could say it. As only Jace
That
could say it.
yeah, Jay says it much better than me. Oh, Squeaker Mouse, yeah, Happy New
Hey,
Year's
And
to you,
hello to Squeaker
Squeaker.
Squeaka!
Mouse. Good to
Squeaker's
see you,
awesome.
Uh,
Squeaker.
I
Yeah,
love
Happy New
Squeaka.
Year's.
I
who
love
doesn't love her?
Squeaka.
She's adorable.
I've known her for such a long time, and I
Mhm.
got to talk with her again last year, basically yesterday, on T-shirt Historian stream. Squeaka, it
Oh,
was
okay.
so nice to talk to you again. I miss
Mhm.
the fucking living shit out of you. We always have great conversations. She's a really great woman. And we have a lot of the same sense of humor. We always
Oh,
think about something sexual. We always have that kinky mind. Me and Squeak, I have that, the same mindset with that stuff.
hey, hey, get a room. Get a room. Okay, go get a room.
And we
But
have the Super Wrench, John Rindle. Good to see you, John.
Happy New Year!
Hey,
It's the New Year for him because he's on the East time zone there. So happy New Year to you, and of course your neighbor not too far away, Fet for Hire, the infamous, wonderful Fet for Hire. I don't know if he's listening tonight. He's probably working. I don't know. And
yeah, I can be nice. You see, a lot of people think I'm an asshole, but I can be nice.
Well, that's because everybody thinks that everyone who's from Norway is an asshole.
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet. Not my family's from Norway, so I mean, or at least part of my family.
It's like if you're at the cinema and someone is sitting close to you, the first thing that pops in a Norwegian mind is, "Why are you sitting so close to me?" That's the first thought they have. That's the first thing. It's like, why are you sitting so close to me? And it's like, move, please.
I get the same feeling when I'm at the urinal and someone goes to the urinal next
Oh
to me.
God!
You know, there's one down. There's one more down. Go one more down there, okay?
Yeah, that is so true. I have experienced that so many times. Like there is so many like options there. You can go. You don't need to stand right beside me. You can move a little bit the other way. Come on.
Trust me. You can go down the other way. There's nothing to see here. Trust me. I know. I mean, I'm a white guy from Minnesota. But there's nothing to see here. Okay.
Oh, I thought.
Speaking of urinals, what about this year's box office? Yes, there were some movies that did make some money, but there are a lot of flops.
Oh, huge flops, and across that board.
Yeah, Aquaman was really terrible. I watched it. It was terrible.
Well,
Amber
thanks for taking a bullet for me.
Amber Turd was too much in it also.
How much shit was done in that film?
It was too much. The CGI was really bad. It's hard to explain how bad the CGI was.
Isn't that amazing how CGI has gotten so horrible? This is supposed to be the miracle.
This was worse than the Marvel CGI.
Yeah.
Well, this is just my hot take, but it seems like in a lot of DC movies, the CGI is poor.
Yeah, and the same have started happening with MCU for in a long time now. They started to do the same thing.
Well, that's because Disney's overworking.
Yeah,
the visual effects artists.
Yeah, it's like when you look at the Marvels, it's like you see it clearly, all the fucking CGI scenes too clearly. It looks like a CW show. It's just like it's getting out of hand.
Hey, Wendy, the lovely Wendy. I hope you and the missus are having a great New Year's down there. But we just like me, we have an hour to go, so I hope you got that.
My ears,
Jimmy. I hope Jimmy's not having to work tonight. See, she's a trauma nurse. She's head of her department now, and she did something that her parents are very happy for. She married a doctor. I mean,
nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There we go. I mean, like free exams every night. Yeah, you can take that any way you want. I didn't mean to come out that way. I'm sorry.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I did it. It's like after it left my mouth, it's just, oh boy. I hope she's having a quiet night tonight. But we all know this is amateur night.
Very, very true. Hey, look what I can do in the new year.
Yeah, hold my beer.
I'm not seeing Wonka, but I've heard a lot about it, and I know a lot of kids likes it. I know it is done really well in Norway, but in Norway they normally dub it with Norwegian, and kids loves that in Norway. So that's also why it's done really well in Norway. It's because of the dubbing, and a lot of parents takes their kids to it. But that's all I can say about Wonka because I didn't watch it, and I have no plans of watching it.
I would be more intrigued with Wonka if they based it off the book, the sequel book.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been better.
Yeah, why not?
Like they have a great actor. Like the actor they have a really great actor. I will say that, in Dune and other stuff that he does. But but I just don't see why we didn't need this movie, and they went on a whole totally different storyline, and it also feels like a Fantastic Beast movie. Oh wait, that's because some of the people that worked with Fantastic Beasts created this movie. So it feels like a Harry Potter movie in a way. the way they did it, when I saw the trailer. I'm just basing it off the trailer I have seen and the stuff I've heard about it, and it's just like I don't have any interest in it. It's just like I love the original Chocolate Factory, you know, the old movie, and I love the one with Johnny Depp. You know, I like both of
Right.
them. You know, and the one with Johnny Depp was a little bit more accurate to the source,
Right.
as I've heard. I've not read the book, so I can't say. But if you guys have read it, you can be, of course, more into that lane.
I've heard it was more to it. I haven't read the book, to be honest with you, so I don't know. I just go off what other people say. And you know what? I think this is the reason why I came out with my subconscious that did that, because I know Wendy. I know Wendy and Jimmy well enough to know that they like that type of
Yeah, I. Oh yeah, that's that movie. I've seen posters of that movie.
migration.
Yeah, that's a
Ducks.
yeah with the
Yeah,
family of ducks.
it's about this family of ducks who are migrating south for the winter.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You started wondering now, Baron.
I kind of remember a little bit about it, but again, other than once before. Oh yeah, gotta love Gene Wilder. Gotta love Gene Wilder. Rest his soul. I think last week or the other day is the first time I heard about this movie. Oh, you're gonna okay. You go to bed there, John. Have a
Have a good
great
night, John.
year. Yeah, we'll be definitely talking here in the near future. And yeah, and make sure Steve Gutenberg, is tucked in too. So, you know, can't shirk you on your duties on that.
The color purple.
Yeah, why do they have to remake The Color Purple for?
I don't know, but people are liking it.
Yeah.
Well,
But yeah, I mean, this is like the second time I heard about that migration. What studio is doing that migration film with the Ducks?
let me go back to it and
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Universal Pictures.
Universal.
Okay. Well, 100 and some million. I don't know what their budget was.
Yeah,
So.
I've only seen posters and stuff
I
like
don't
that.
know.
So I think a lot of kids will like this movie too. You know, I think
I hope so. I hope we have a good film for kids to watch. We need that.
When I went and saw Transformers: Rise of the Beast, that's when I first saw the trailer for it before the movie actually
Did
started.
it look like a decent movie for kids?
It looked like it would be a decent movie for kids.
Mhm.
Okay. Didn't feel any messages or other stupid stuff in the trailer.
No. It seemed like a classic family animated movie.
Okay, but
from
that's
the
really
trailer.
good though. Because
Yeah,
we do need more. It's like, yes, I'm not a big fan of kid movies, but I've always said, you know, kids needs to have more kid movies and kid friendly movies and stuff like that.
Mhm. Well, I don't have a problem with kid movies if they're done right, because we do it right. You can have the right amount of entertainment for the adults.
Oh
to
yeah,
get,
completely. Yes,
and
exactly.
then for the kids, and which is of
That's
course
why I say
one of the
Minions
more
is a
categories.
good, you know.
Mhm.
Minions is a good one for kids and
Oh,
grown
yeah,
ups. I love Minions.
yeah. My wife loves the Minions.
Yeah,
I
same
gotten
here.
her a few Minions here.
It's like I normally don't watch kid movies and other stuff like that, but Minions and certain stuff here and there, I do tend to watch sometimes.
Well, I put it into the category that Minions and some of these other ones that cross generations are family films, not kid films. Kid
Yeah,
films be like, hey, let's do the Barney film. And it's like,
yeah,
only
yeah,
if you
yeah.
kill the bloody dinosaur.
The Boys
Uh,
and the Boat. Not heard
This
about
is
it.
the new George Clooney film.
right. And
Oh,
the
okay,
missus wants to
okay.
see that because she read the book. It's about the 24, I believe, or 30, 36. Oh,
1936 story. Yeah,
yeah.
with the 1936 Berlin Olympics. Of course, if you know
Mhm.
your history, you know what was going on during that time.
Oh yeah, and I saw the preview, and the guy that looked like the funny mustache looked pretty good in the part. Let's hope he doesn't get attacked for it. But yeah, the missus read the book, and she really liked the book, and she made it known she
Okay.
wants to see this movie. So I don't know if
Okay.
I don't know if it'll be out long enough for us to be able to migrate to a theater to see it, but I'm sure it's going to be on our viewing plate soon.
Oh, and other top mention just for one of the great movies last year, Silent Night. Just get some honorable mentions for a movie,
Mm,
Silent Night. It's really
mhm.
good. A John Woo movie,
Mhm.
no dialogue, we can say, and a lot of great, mostly just a lot of great action. I'm gonna say it like this: to the panel and everyone out there in the chat, do you guys miss the real Punisher?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Silent Night. Watch Silent Night. That is basically Punisher. The good old fashioned Punisher that we grew up and love. It's
Well, Marvel
basically
ain't doing
him.
it right. Someone else has got to do it.
Exactly, and that's what that movie reminded me of. So, Silent Night, a really good movie. I give it an 8 out of 10. Really good movie. You don't need a lot of dialogue or dialogue at all to create a good movie. And Silent Night proved it. Or I can say that John Woo proved it because he's an action king when it comes to movies.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least we still have people like Woo still around with us. So,
oh yeah,
a few others like that. So, I mean, even in the action area is getting a little sparse. So, enjoy who we got now, and it's the Smoking Patriot. So
good to see you, brother. You know what?
He's on fire.
If you can, brother, if you can, I realize you might not be able to, but check your Discord
right now.
If you can.
Right. Jeez.
I need to be angry. You know, I need to be an angry Norwegian, right? So
all Norway. Yeah, people think Norway's kind of like the Canada.
All right, brother, it's in there right now.
It's like, listen to me talk about pop culture or playing games. Well, that's when you get the angry Norwegian in me.
Well, you take a couple steps back. Is you were saying about how the Sound of Freedom finally came to theaters here. I remember we were going through the box office. Mike was going through those, and every time that came up, it was still in like the top 5 or whatever. But there was all United States. It hadn't been released in other countries, and it's like, wow, it's doing good. It means it's obviously not bringing any big, huge, mega blockbuster amounts, but you consider the
gotcha, brother
budget. Got a lot of budget and with the budget and all that, it still did good, which shows that start focusing on a little bit of the smaller films. Don't have to dump all this money in blockbusters that aren't performing.
Yeah, and there's one movie I'm really excited for this year, The Beekeeper.
Oh yeah,
David Ayer.
That actually looks like a good popcorn flick.
It does, and it's David Ayer. He's one of my favorite creators of movies, and I see that he's been, fighting a lot on Twitter lately. But he says good stuff about the stuff that he actually talks about. I don't agree with everything, of course, that he says, but he's a guy that I actually, dude, if I ever could get him on a channel, that would be fucking cool because he knows how to create movies. And I saw him had a debate on Twitter today or yesterday will be. People talked about like how there were so few things here and there with the editing and stuff like that. And David Ayer said this like I would have said it myself. The editors, we can only do what we can with the footage that we're given.
Right.
We have to work with what we're given. If we don't get everything or we don't get like good scenes, like it's not our fucking problem. We try our best to make them look good as possible.
I mean, let's take a look at it this way. Rise of Skywalker. You know why there will never be a director's cut or extended cut of that film? Are a lot of extra scenes because there hardly is any. They virtually used everything up for that film.
Oh yeah,
and then they got the poor editors.
They didn't even have deleted scenes. They removed deleted scenes if there were any.
Yeah, and so what does you have the editor do? He takes the spaghetti. He doesn't even have an option to go out there from other scenes. It's like I gotta make, I gotta polish this turd. Well, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of editors gets hate a lot of times from how the movies are. It's like I don't give a lot of editors hate. I will say if they have done poorly, and I say if you have a 3-hour movie, stuff like that can happen. Sometimes not every editor are the best for certain stuff, and that's normal. And it's okay to criticize it. It doesn't mean we hate the people. But when it comes to movies that is really bad, it doesn't always mean like it's the editor's faults. A lot of it is that they are giving footage, and if it's all bad footage, they're gonna try their best to make it polished as much as possible. So if the scenes look wonky, we can take Rise of Soy Milker, for example, with the ending of the movie when you have Palpatine, Rey,
Yeah.
and Ben fighting, and you see they are using the same clip with Rey using the lightsaber 2 or 3 times in the scene. That is not the editor's fault. That is actually
No.
the film creator himself and the others that did this kind of stuff, because the editor just got that little piece of junk to edit and try to polish and try to make it look like it fits in. And
Yeah, and you also have a tendency sometimes to have one of the powers that be breathing down the editor's throat, neck, to do this. So, like, the director will be there and arguing and fighting the editor as the editor is saying, "No, this will look better if you do." No, 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 no! It's my vision. It's my vision. This is the way you should do it. And what happens? He has to capitulate to a degree, and what happens? You got a shitty
that's how it
looking
is.
film.
I have had arguments like that. I have arguments like that when I do edit for other people. I've had a lot of arguments, and it's just like I'm trying to explain this scene and this other scene. They do not fit together, no matter how much you want me to try to fade them into each other or make them like look like it doesn't work because it's filmed differently. Every shot is different. If you want me to try to make this polished, I have to have a scene that's filmed in a way that works with this scene, because if it's a completely weird angle or it goes from another angle, it's like doesn't always work. You have to like be precise how you do it. But they're like, no, just edit, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's gonna look trash. It's gonna look trash.
It's not gonna look fine. Honestly, trust me on this. But they don't, it's
they
just
don't
like
listen
that
to
little
that.
fight. Well, again, it's ego. Sometimes it's ego. It's like, don't you know who I am? I'm this director, or I'm this, whatever. It's like, I know better. It's interesting if you have the discussion or debate, a civilized one between them about, why should it be this way? Well, this is the way I was looking at it. Well, it doesn't work this way. It goes this way. Well, what about this? That's creativity. That's creative process. But when you have the literally breathing down the neck and basically the director is trying to be the editor, using the other person's hands for it, it sometimes shows,
It does.
especially when the filmmaker has no idea the editing process. It's just like some people said, that Stanley Kubrick wasn't necessarily a great director, but boy, was he a great cinematographer. He could make scenes look beautiful as any film that he did. I mean, you take a look at 2001. You take a look at any of the films he does. Cinematography-wise, they're beautiful because he has more of a cinematographer's eye. But when it came around to the directing, he didn't necessarily have that, but he made up for it with, the vision, the beauty, more so than going out there and doing the actual great. Just like Lucas. Lucas is a great world builder and storyteller, which is a little different than being a director and writer. But boy, what a freaking universe did he give us? Because he knew his
Yeah, it
stuff.
was one of the best universes ever. And again, I will always defend him and say he's a great fucking writer, but the prequels are good, and I would not like them if they weren't the way they are. But that's my view on it, because I like the vision that George Lucas did and the way he created them. And
I think some of the problems people have with Lucas's writing, and this is from the heart, is that he immersed himself so much into his world, so much that he was writing like the lingo, how people actually talk, this different universe type of thing. What's a power converter at Tashi Station? What's a carbon scoring? All this stuff that sounds natural in this artificial world, this construct that George Lucas made, but an actor sitting back going, "What the fuck is this?" They don't understand.
I love I love the way he did all of that, because it made sense when I watched everything. It makes sense to me because this is the world. This is the world it is.
Yeah, it drew us in even more. It wasn't any of our real world stuff that was being thrown in there. It was, even as they would sit back and say, like Star Trek, the original Star Trek, and virtually most of the Star Trek series up to the end of real Star Trek in the movies, had basically the proper English way of doing dialogue. In other words, trying not to put any vernacular, some slang or anything that we'd be dating it. so they can sit back and watch something 60 years later, and it still resonates, unless you have something special like the Space Hippies, where we were perplexed with what they were saying, but was part of the joke. Even the people on board the Enterprise, the characters didn't understand what these guys were saying. It was part of the joke and understanding that you have these subcultures within the society. But you can sit back and watch the original Star Trek, even all the way back to the Cage, and understand completely what everybody's saying. Now with the new Star Trek, they're throwing so much vernacular slang and foul language, it's dated.
Oh yeah, you don't know what the fuck they're talking about there.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, we might know it now, but what happens when, in 10 years another generation comes along and that style of talking is archaic? I mean, it's like trying to do the "What's up, Daddy-o," talk from the 1950s or whatever. It doesn't resonate. It's great if you're doing a period thing, but this isn't a period.
Yeah, at some point, in your Star Trek stuff, we probably have, oh no, Cap, and that's Risk, bro. We're getting these words from the Gen Zs that just sounds fucking stupid.
But what George Lucas did was he took a little take on it. It was still the proper English. It's still what you would call that proper Oxford English, but he threw in stuff, spatterings of it in there to immerse you into that world, which is brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I mean, a lot of these actors, especially if they're classical trained, like Alec Guinness,
then I'm gonna say a word. I don't know if you guys know what it means, but George Lucas and stuff that he did is pretty shui.
Yeah.
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 You guys, know what that mean, right? Yeah. Batman Beyond.
Yep.
Yeah.
And and the thing is probably the one person that probably comprehended the most was probably Peter Cushing, because he was out of doing the Hammer films, where you're used to having all this weird crap going down, and of course doing the Doctor Who movies as well.
Yeah.
With that, so I think that's the problem people had with his writing, but when it comes around,
can we get back Hammer writing and stuff?
And real quick, we are 10 minutes from midnight in the Central Time Zone.
What?
And hello to Gilly Joe.
Roll
Tide. Roll Tide.
Friend. It's good to see you, man. He is such a good guy.
And Happy New Year to you, brother.
Happy New Year to you, Keely. Yeah, and he's such a good guy. Always fun to talk with him. He's such a sweet guy.
I don't think I've ever talked with him. It's always just been in chat. So I don't know.
We talk occasionally sometimes. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he should make an appearance someday.
But from the East Coast of North America, Keely, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Keely. And Skull to you, brother.
Nesterovia. Let's be Russian about it. Nesterovia. I love Nesterovia. Something about Nesterovia, just the way it runs off here. It's just, I don't know. I just like this.
And I love the skull for Valhalla, man.
Oh, Skull. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got to do Skull. I'd say, being part of Viking reenactment and all that, I've done my fair share of skulls. That's why I like to go out there and do something a little different, like Prost or Nesterovia.
I embrace, my traditions.
Oh, I embrace it too. I embrace it. It's just.
Yeah, I see that with your picture. You're embracing it, man.
I'm embracing it, but Dear Leader allows me to do it.
But according to Phil, that guy was the reason I lost my testicle.
What? Cartman? Little North Korean Cartman?
No. Yeah, exactly. Because when I was leaving that country, he took my testicle, according to Phil.
Have you been to North Korea?
I wouldn't listen to anything that Phil says.
So apparently, I did get away from there somehow, but I lost a testicle.
Well, what happened is they took the testicle to clone you, because Dear Leader knows that it's your genes that's going to make the super army.
Hopefully the clone has 2 testicles then, and you know who is who.
Well, yeah. Well, also, if it's got a belly button, you better have a belly button. If you don't have a belly button, you're dead.
I have a belly button.
Okay, then you're safe. So all you have to do is flash that belly button, and
Yeah, I'm gonna flash that belly button. Look
because
at that.
Dear Leader's little army of Jace clones won't have that.
Oh, that would be creepy. What the fuck?
I know, wouldn't it be?
I don't
They'll
want
have
to think about
two testicles, but no belly button. So, well, have you ever seen Space Above and Beyond?
I have.
Yeah, their belly buttons were in the back of their neck because of their clones or whatever. They're vat grown people.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
So, real quick, I was just looking through this article from Variety about the studios being in battle for 2024. Well, when you put out crappy movies, of course you're going to be in
when
battle.
you put out exactly when you put out too much crappy stuff, no matter if it's TV show, movies, or whatever it's gonna be, this will happen. It's bound to happen.
Well, and the
Yeah.
thing is I think at least one company is starting to wake up, and that's Netflix. I mean, as shocking as it might sound, with the One Piece series, Rebel Moon, and of course the sequel coming up. Well, for some this year, for me in about 5 minutes this year, but still next year. And I think, especially after the disasters like Cowboy Bebop, amongst other things. I mean, they still got to take a certain movie and wipe it off their library. They need to do that.
They have to, and with that movie that I'm thinking about, they have to do
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah, they
The
have to wipe the.
The only thing I'm afraid of with Netflix is that yes, One Piece did well, but I'm afraid that they're gonna take a lot more live actions through more manga/anime and make them live actions through the years, and I don't want to see that becoming too much of a trend because that's gonna start dying off.
Well, the thing is they got to do the right ones and do it the right way and keep it traditional. I mean, I saw the live action movie of it. I have it in my collection, Space Battleship Yamato. I think that would be a great series live action because they proved it with the movie. They absolutely proved it with that movie. And
I just don't want it to be a trend, like a trend.
Right. But the thing is right now, what's kicking ass is manga. It's anime.
Yeah, of course it does. It's thanks thanks for Marvel does shit, DC does shit, a lot of other stuff does shit. Of course they're gonna top it.
Yeah, and look at some of these charts here. Some of them are only from Q3 for the year, but yes, they were able to make money, but they're also losing money at the same time. When you look at Netflix and
it is really up and
look
down
at
with
Disney
Netflix.
and
it's like with Netflix, they have to try to stay on the right path right now and just focus on Rebel Moon and just stories overall. Don't force any stupid political views or other stuff. Remove that one movie that's there, and maybe some other movies that can be really other movies too that should maybe, or TV shows that shouldn't be there.
Like Big Mouth.
Oh yeah. Try to remove certain stuff like that and go back to what it used to be. Like we can use this Lilyhammer. Go back to go back to the basis. What Netflix normally do. Like go back to the basis.
I'm just teasing you, Baron. I'm teasing you.
I know. You're teasing. You're always a tease, I tell you.
But yeah, going back to the basis is what they should try to do.
I really think maybe someone's waking up over there. I hoping so. And with that said on there, I hope it opens up doors. I mean, Amazon, they might be actually waking up, especially giving Cavell the 40K series.
Yeah, with the Warhammer series.
Yeah, and the fact that unlike The Witcher, where he wasn't, he is in charge. If this gets fucked up, it's going to be on his shoulders. And I don't have any fear that it's going to be.
I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening with Henry because he is a big fucking geek. Like he's everything we want to be. He looks good. He's worked out. He's a gamer. He's a geek. He's everything that a geek wants to be. It's like he is the gods of geeks in our world in a way.
Yes.
So his favorite franchise in the world is Warhammer,
Yep.
and I feel like he's gonna do that justice because he cares
Mhm.
about source material.
Oh yeah, he does. And he's English. Of course, he's going to be a big Warhammer guy.
Yeah,
Well, he even cared about the series that he was on before, and we saw
Mhm.
what Netflix did and the producers did.
Right.
even when the guy who created the games or whatever about with The Witcher, I think it was the games. I don't remember if it was a
Books.
book. The books, sorry, the books. He talked with Netflix. They didn't listen to him. He came out. He
Mhm.
talked about it. They didn't
Mhm.
listen to him when he tried to
Right.
explain like stuff here and there, but they pushed him away, and they did
Right.
their own thing. And they disrespect the
Yep.
creator. They disrespected a guy like Henry, who's big
Mhm.
fan, who understands the source and
Mhm.
all that, and that made him say, "Fuck it, I don't want
Yep.
to do this anymore." If you're not gonna
Well.
respect it, well,
Mhm.
basically, fuck it.
Well, and not only that, they were more than happy to try to get rid of him too because he was too much of a
Yeah,
pain in
they
the ass.
were they were happy. They were happy to do
Yeah.
that. We
I
saw
mean,
that,
yeah.
unfortunately.
In many ways, they it was basically they forced him out, and now they got Thor's younger brother.
Oh, it's gonna be so stupid. It's gonna be
Are we
so
there?
stupid.
Are we there yet? Are we there
It's
yet?
gonna
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Oh my word, folks! I'm so excited I could pee myself. It's a good thing I got my little pee jar here, my pee jug. So I'm all ready. I'm all ready.
But no, I think Warhammer is gonna be great.
It will.
I'm excited for Rebel Moon Part 2 and extended
Mhm.
cuts.
Yeah.
Um, I'm excited for season 2 of One Piece.
Mhm.
I'm a little excited. Oh.
Here we are. Jace, I finally joined you, man. Enough mocking me now. I'm one of you.
Welcome
Now.
to the club.
I know
Welcome to the
there
club.
wasn't a countdown. It's like I looked at the clock. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, brother.
Well, that's okay. Now I'm in the club. You know who's not? Cash. Cash is still living. Yeah, that's it. He's sitting there playing. He's playing an Assassin's Creed, pretending to be sick so he'd have to be on the show, and he's still living in 2023. Choke on it.
Yeah, he's still living. He's still living in the past. What do you expect? And then he's gonna see this broadcast and go, "Those goobers."
Those you goobers.
Exactly.
Of course, he's living in the past. He's living in Mussolini land.
Do you still play the music? Are you still playing it?
Yeah, it was just a video. I didn't want to
Yeah.
upload it to the other
Oh, okay.
video
Just wanted to be
section.
sure.
So
Because when you removed it, I'm like, is it still on? Like, I got a little confused.
It doesn't take much.
Oh, I think all the time. But there's a lot of things to be excited for this year. And,
Oh yeah.
maybe with Netflix, they might learn, they might not. But look what have happened now. They see what people want. But
Mhm.
they still are putting out the Witcher stuff. They're still putting out other shit. But that is how it is. But hopefully they will take some learning at some point from all of this. Maybe, hopefully. I don't trust Netflix. I don't trust companies like that.
Oh no.
But we can just hope for the best.
Well,
Because
to give a little slack, to them, though, so there's a lot of stuff that they're contractually obligated to for the time being, and unfortunately, some of that stuff is woke. If they are waking up, I think we're starting to see a little bit of that shift with, of course, Rebel Moon being a perfect example of that. It's going to be interesting to see what this franchise world that Jack Schneider is going to do. Is this going to be the new Star Wars for us? I
yeah,
know. How
it's
dare
it,
I
it
say something like this? But we've been begging for something like this for a long time,
we
and
have,
now it's here.
and I agree with you. And it's like I've said, it's like I don't care about the comics that are coming out with Mags. I do not care about that.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna read them because I know that writer. She's the one who
Yeah.
tried to make Connor Kent just trans and all that.
Yep.
So I don't care about the comics, but I care about the movies.
And my only hope is that Zack Snyder has enough of control on that and realize that we're not going to go woke in this. I'm hiring you on because I think you are a good writer, but this is the story. He's got to have a little bit of that
She's
fist.
Meg said that she was allowed to write and have a lot of freedom.
Yeah, a lot of people say that though too when they don't. I mean,
Yeah,
listen to all the people that said
but
the same thing about doing it in the Lucasfilm, the real Lucasfilm days of Star Wars writing. But the thing is, it still had to be okayed by Lucas. I mean, Timothy Zahn
yeah,
said, "Yeah, I
I
had a
hope
lot of
that
freedom."
it's like even if Max has a lot of freedom, I hope that he will go in charge and say like this is not okay, this is
Right.
okay, this is not like. I
Hmm.
hope he will do that. I can't say 100% sure, but I
Yeah,
hope.
I hope
I
so
know
too.
because I know he cares about his universes and he loves to
Hmm.
plan out and do that. Yes, there's in real life I don't like everything he says or does, but that's a
Hmm.
totally different
Yeah.
thing compared to his movie stuff.
Hmm.
Um, but we needed a movie like this, and I don't listen to other people. Like I hear reviews and people talk about the movie all the time. They say it's like pro woke. The character is a Mary Sue. It's basically Rey Skywalker, as they like to call
Nah.
her now, all over. And they say a lot of this nonsense all the time. And this is a pure
Hmm.
feminist propaganda movie.
Yeah.
And I also heard some of the reviews I heard from bigger channels that like they compare this movie with real world bad guys, and not the Yahtzees or whatever, but other bad guys that are working out there right now and doing stuff. And they started comparing them together, and I'm just like, how
Yeah.
can you compare those two groups together? What the fuck?
Well,
Um,
Well, a lot of these people are saying this, and forgive me. I don't. I mean, I don't know exactly the ones who are saying this, so don't think I'm personally attacking you at all. But if you do feel like I am, then yeah, I guess I am talking about you. You're a moron if you take a look at this. You're a moron if you look at this character of being a Mary Sue, because they explain completely in this movie why she is the way she is. You
yeah,
saw
she
that she
has a
went through everything.
backstory.
Yeah, and they showed the backstory. You didn't
Yes.
have to read a novel somewhere to get this backstory, or some little passage in a art book, the art of book saying,
Hmm.
"Yeah, she like Ray knew how to fly because she had a simulator in her little thing." Bullshit, she did. Not when that electronic stuff was worth money for her to eat.
And look, she
You
got
know,
taken as she got taken as a kid.
mhm,
She got practice. She learned to be a warrior. The whole
mhm,
backstory is there. It's all explained on why
right,
she is the way she is.
yeah,
That's why she's also called, she's a child of war.
right. I mean, she was taken in by one of the baddest ass soldiers out there and
Yep.
trained under him. And
Yep.
there was no Marisu. You saw that she trained. She explained it. She sat back and said they encouraged us to take lovers. That way we'd have that
Hmm.
camaraderie. And my lover
Yep.
died. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not spelling anything here,
hmm
but how that was tragic. And one of the tragic things in her life, you saw, this character is no way, shape, and form a Mary Sue. Anyone would think that, or that this character is woke. It's woke because it's a female. Then get rid of Wonder Woman. Don't ever
Yeah.
talk to me about Wonder Woman again.
Or never talk about the underworld movies because they need to be woke then.
Yeah. I mean, there was nothing in this movie that grabbed me. Like I said, I watched. I came into this film again with no preconceived notion, and my thing was, let's analyze this film as a start of a mythology, right? Because this
Yeah.
is what we're being told this is all about. Okay, I'm going to analyze it from that aspect of the years that I studied, particularly Norse mythology. But obviously, if you're going to get into Tolkien and others, that's going to be something big in your book. That what was the mythology, what inspired. So going through and seeing this, and my nitpicking through that thing is this going to be a good mythology? Is this going to be a good folklore? Is this going to be a good fable? And yeah, bam, bam,
Real
bam.
quick, Baron, I just want to say hello to
Oh,
Tim's talking.
hi Tim.
Yeah,
Hail Tim.
he says that he's stream sniping the stream. That's fine.
Hey, drive by chatting. There's no problem with that. Oh, Phil's going
And
to bed.
Phil says he's going to bed. Happy New Year's 2024 is off to a great start. As I said, the last 3 weeks, it came true. 2024. End of Cath Schmitty. Truth. And Tim says bye, but
hey, take care.
go ahead with what you were saying, Baron.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, so as I'm going along and looking at this, and again, I think one of the problems is people have problems with Zack Snyder. Other thing, people have problems with Netflix, so they're going to try to find any
Yeah.
little knee-jerk thing
Yeah.
to
That's
tear
how I
this
feel
thing
too.
down.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, there are things that you can tear this film down about in certain areas. It's not a perfect film, which is why it's going to be interesting to see what this extended version is, what they should have put out in the first place. If you ask me, if that's the case,
That is what he wanted to do either way.
yeah,
You know, he really don't care much about the other than the version we saw. He cares
yeah,
about the extended version because that's the one he wants to release. And
right,
again, I've also heard that, oh, but the evil guys are based on, things from Warhammer and other stuff. I'm like,
yeah,
you know that the way, Warhammer have been inspired by a lot of other stuff in the real
yeah,
fucking world with the Yahtzees. I'm not gonna use the other word in case because you're monetized and stuff, so I want to be respectful for a channel.
mm-hmm,
Um, but when you have the Yahtzees, basically in Rebel Moon, they are based on the real Yahtzees, and a lot of Yahtzees had those uniforms. You can look through a lot of different uniforms they had back in the days, and that those uniforms are heavily based, and you can look at you can see a lot of these uniforms in every type of movies that has this
mm-hmm,
type of style. It's like
mm-hmm,
even if you look at Vader and we go on one of the original concepts that George Lucas had for him. They made it into a comic, the
mm-hmm,
Star Wars. And when you look at Vader of the original concept that Lucas had first, he has basically the same outfit. And also when you look at Vader in Star Wars, yes, his outfit looks like a samurai and a Yahtzee. It is
mm-hmm,
both mixed into one. You see
right,
those outfits everywhere in the world in movies. So no,
mm-hmm,
Rebel Moon did not steal those. Zack Snyder
no,
did not steal those outfits from Warhammer or other places because we see these outfits in a lot of Yahtzee movies and other war
Mm-hmm.
movies or
mm-hmm.
whatever it is. You
Well, the
see this.
Well, that's the thing. When I'm watching Rebel Moon, I'm making comparisons to history.
mm-hmm,
Yes. And they
yeah,
did bad things. They were bad people. A lot of this
mm-hmm,
stuff that we saw in this movie is how it was, basically,
yeah,
and he based it on a lot of it. It's like, I don't hate that it did. It's like it fits the
no.
story. It fits the storytelling.
Well, if they're going to have a problem with that, then you have a problem with Lucas.
And they really have to have a problem with Lucas then.
Right, you have to go and attack Star Wars completely and completely destroy it. You cannot be a Star Wars fan if you're going to use that same argument against this movie. The Imperial officers' uniforms were based off the World War I uniforms the Germans had.
Yep.
So again, that was inspiration there. Uh,
Yep.
Take a look. You got the inspiration. Yeah, the uniforms that they had in there for the guys look mighty Warhammer 40K, but then again, everyone is doing whatever type. Yeah, you had people in there that looked like they were out of the Inquisition, are part of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yeah, fine. But the thing is, do you think Warhammer was completely new with this stuff? Yeah,
They
Games Workshop.
Warhammers took a lot of other stuff in real life and just
Yeah,
did the same thing like 90% of everyone else.
mm-hmm,
Nothing is original, and it
no,
is what it is. And
I,
when I saw the Yahtzee characters, basically the bad guys
mm-hmm,
in Rebel Moon, I did
mm-hmm,
not think about Warhammer. I've seen Warhammer.
yeah,
I've seen the games. I've seen the characters. No, it's
mm-hmm,
not much similar. Like sometimes the Warhammer, they those with those uniforms, they look more piratey than they look more like piratey and
well,
then Rebel Moon. Rebel Moon
mm-hmm,
looks more realistic, more real, and
mm-hmm,
yes, I've watched movies that have really similar outfits like that, but
right,
and that's been World War movies to other stuff. It's like it's
mm-hmm.
whatever. It's an outfit
Well,
based on the bad guys, the
right.
Yahtzees.
I mean, as it goes, some of the uniforms did look like they were out of the Inquisition, or sorry, the commissars of the Warhammer. But again, they were based off of stuff, so you see that natural evolution with that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
with that uniforms going on with the Warhammer and such. So yeah, you can't. Warhammer borrowed so heavily from so many others. I mean, Games Workshop is so arrogant that they based the uh basically the Space Marines, the Adeptus Astartes, after Highline's Starship Troopers. They're much more in line with Starship Trooper than the movie was. You know, the one-man battle suits being shot out of ships down to the planet. And now that you have the Tyranids involved in it, now you got the bugs, right?
Mm.
Of course, the arrogance of them, not only did they borrow from Highline for this, they decided that Space Marine is now their copyright and no one else can use it.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to say something really controversial.
Mm.
Justice for Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Justice for Kai, the character in Rebel Moon.
You can see his turn.
Mhm.
You
I
can see
know.
it.
I don't care, but I love the
Mm-hmm.
actor. I think he's a great actor. I didn't want him to fucking die.
Oh,
He
don't,
played
don't
Jax.
ruin the don't. Come on, we did put the spoilers up, folks.
No,
Oh,
no, 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 no.
There, yeah. So
But the
Kai
thing,
dies, and the character, the actor, he plays Jax in. Oh, sorry, Sons of Anarchy,
Mhm.
and it's a great fucking show. And it's just like I love this character, even though I knew that he was gonna betray them. But I love this character. I want to know more about him.
Well,
But
yeah.
I just I heard reviews on his voice acting and people complain about it. And it's like he sounded so terrible. Actually, he
Nice.
didn't. He talked about why he talked the way he did in the
Mhm.
movie. It's because he went for a really Scots accent first, like really heavily. And then he
Mhm.
talked about that nobody, like Americans and other people, basically didn't understand what the fuck I was saying. So he wanted to tone it down, and create like like he was thinking we're in the future. This is like this,
Mhm. Right.
It's normal that he can be, he's been living all over the world. He travels, and his language, it evolves by itself, and it changes.
Well,
So that's the way he looked at the character, because the actor himself did that on purpose to make it more realistic. Like that's how it is. That's how it
well,
works.
is this the future? Is this a different universe? We don't even know when this movie takes place.
No.
Exactly. But
And you
that's
know what I
like the
have to
way
say
he
about
explained
that?
it.
Great.
Exactly. But that's like the way he explained it,
Mhm. Yeah.
and that's what I like about it, because it's like, yeah, this is a universe, future, whatever you want
Mhm.
to call it. We don't know,
Right.
but uh, the thing is that his language, has evolved. It's a different world. It doesn't need to be
Mhm.
100% one, no,
No.
American accent. It can be different accents. It can be different,
Mhm.
eh, accents from wherever it is. You basically could say wherever it is, it can be different accents mixed to one. It's
Well,
like I have different accents in Norwegian.
mhm.
I have different bokmål, as we call it in Norway. I have different
Mhm.
types of bokmål when I talk. I have based from Oslo bokmål to more different bokmål from where I live, because it's two
Mhm.
different bokmåls. And I also
Right.
have, like, the nynorsk, as they call it sometimes.
Yeah.
Um,
Norwegian. Yep.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, New Norwegian. So I also have that sometimes in certain words. So I have mixed, with the way I speak. It's mixed. My accents are mixed, and that's pretty normal. And that's what the actor explained why he did it the way he did, because going full scouse would people didn't understand him. So he wanted to create it a little bit better, and so people understood him, and it got a little bit better and understandable, and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. I fucking
Mhm.
love that you did that, because
Right.
you were thinking about the fans too that were watching it, that maybe people didn't understand shit what you were saying. So you and Schneider talked about this. You actually did all of this, and Schneider agreed to that. It's like, yeah,
Well,
that's a good
again, it's
thing.
like, yeah, it's like if you're going to complain about that, complain about Star Wars. They did the same thing there,
Mhm.
where you had the
Yeah.
mishmash because, well, really, uh, Star Wars was basically a foreign film. This, being as filmed out of England, Lucasfilm Ltd, which is English company, uh, 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 all that. So you had a mishmash again of accents and way people talk. Which, of course, what did it do? It helped build that universe.
Yeah, just look at, for
So
Yep,
example,
and real
yeah.
real quick, guys. I just want to say hello to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, and
hey,
let's
Tommy,
go. Let's go another 10 minutes and then wrap this up.
that
Okay.
sounds great because I'm ready to go, baby.
Oh yeah, dude, I am, dude. I
I
am super tired.
I'm
It's like,
starting to drop,
Yeah,
guys. I'm starting to drop.
yeah, oh yeah,
hey,
and
you, you guys are complaining. You guys are complaining. It's like
oh
7
come
in the
on, you're
morning.
yeah,
It's
yeah, I know your
Oh,
dang.
coffin's calling for you. Your coffin's calling for you
Yeah,
in the land of the eternal night right now.
yeah,
So you have to get in
exactly.
there before that sun cracks out there and turns you to dust.
Yeah, but no, you're completely. I agree with you, Baron, on that.
Mhm.
And it's like when you listen to Hayden Christensen or Star Killer's
Right.
character, Star Killer, Anakin Star Killer, or other
Yeah.
characters, you can hear like, yeah, they a lot of them can, a lot of the characters can speak like American-ish,
Hmm.
and but certain words are like more British-ish. It's like every time they normally say "my master," kind of stuff like
Hmm.
that. It's not a lot of times they don't say "oh my master" or anything. They go for
Hmm.
more the British tone of saying master.
Right.
So you hear the differences in dialects and languages, like based on everything when they talk,
Hmm.
and you hear that with
Well.
aliens too.
Hmm. Well, it's kind of bringing a little bit of Judge Dredd in the comics more than anything else. You take a look at their little uh cant that they throw in there. Their cuss words like "stang" or "drum" are various stuff
Yeah,
like that, so they can get by. Which I wish the films would have done more of instead of using the actual hardcore.
yeah,
Because not that I'm approved with that. It's just I want to be immersed into the world of 2000K, and particularly Judge Dredd.
yeah, yeah. No, I
Um,
agree with you.
mhm. and and that's just it. You have those little things that you put in there, and of course, you would have the different type of accents. What's great about it is being that it takes place 150 roughly years in the future, and it's being done in the United States, post-apocalyptic horror. Uh,
Mm,
for us reading it in the United States, we actually are truly looking at something uh, more original as a future story because it's being told by the British about British things, which sometimes is a little bit alien to us. And then they're throwing you this story. It is an alien future world to us more than it is to probably the English, who
mm.
can draw easier parallels to the satire that they have, and them going after the satirical knives of their country and politics
Yeah.
and
And
lifestyles and all that.
mhm.
it is really sad that we will never get, a Dread 2 movie with Carl Urban. We will never
I
get
know.
like a sequel. And that movie deserves a goddamn sequel.
Yeah,
It
it
does.
does.
It's an excellent movie.
It's
I mean,
one of my favorite movies, dude. It's
mhm.
so great. I like the
I
original too, of course, but
mhm,
the one with Carl Urban, it was just something with that movie that was just
mhm.
so fucking amazing.
Well, my take on the whole thing is the first film had the look of Mega City One down.
Yeah,
It was a good Dread film up to the point where he took the helmet off.
yeah,
I mean, you can stop when he takes the helmet off. You had right out of the comic books. You had the Black War,
yeah,
the Black War line that you had storyline in Judge Dredd comics. So if you could, the second film, the urban film, had that grittiness, but they forgot the one thing. They forgot the satire. They forgot uh, a lot of the things that made Judge Dredd good. They took themselves far too serious, and I can
yeah.
understand why they wanted to divorce themselves as much as possible from the Sylvester Stallone film, which is wrong. So, if
Mm,
anybody asks me what do I think is the best Judge Dredd film out there, simple. Judge Minty. Look it up on YouTube. Judge Minty. It's about an hour, a half hour, 40-minute long film, based off of the first half is based completely off of a 2000 AD story, and then they expand on it. And this is the one that has the best look, the best feel of what Judge Dredd is. Even though
yeah,
Urban's film did a great job in their way, and even I will say the Sylvester Stallone did a good job in other ways. If you could just take the
yeah.
two films and mesh them together, the look and a little bit
Yeah,
of that seriousness, and remember
if
to keep the
Stallone
Mhm.
had kept the helmet on instead of taking
mhm,
it off, it would
right,
have been better.
not better.
Yeah.
But I mean, they didn't do the Mad Machine's family justice in that one. They completely changed them to being these radical cannibals. And I got a mental block on the last name of the family that the Mad Machine was part of on that one. I hate that. I'm getting old. It's late too. But they didn't do some of it. I mean, even with their Recall Dread line on that one was very, very weak. Very weak. It's like, no. That's not Recall Dread. Not at all. So, and they took some of the characters and they really changed them big time for the film. And they brought in Fargo. Fargo was dead by this time. He already bit a bullet. Well, I'm not going to get too much in that history. There's a little bit more convolution to that one, but still, he's the gene.
I'm not so familiar about the comics. I know about certain stuff here and there about the comics, but I don't know too much about them. It is on my list that I want to read. I have on my list of certain stuff I want to read about Dread and stuff like that, because it's a really interesting universe from what I've gotten to know and the small things I've seen here and there from comics.
Right.
I know my dad used to collect these comics. I know he was a big fan of Dread when he was younger. So.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this. I came kind of late on the scene. It was actually Urban's film that got me, because growing up, we did have the Judge Dredd comics in the stores and all that. But being that they're a part of a third, one of the third companies out there, a lot of those comics are so expensive, and it's like, oh, what is this? And it's like it wasn't part of the big two. I was a DC guy, so I was more interested in DC. I regret now that I didn't, but on my shelf now I got all the collected works, and I got a few of those American comics I've been collecting slowly here and there. And it's like I kick myself that it took so long, but I think I appreciate it more than I would have back then. So. But yeah, it's a wild ride. It
is.
And that's the thing. It's the world building. How are you going to do this? Zack Snyder, I think, has done a good job. And I'm hoping that, when Mags sits back and says that she's given this, so much freedom, I hope it's in the same line as he did with all the authors with the Star Wars novels and the comics, where it has to go through the okay process with Zach beforehand, and he has a say.
I really hope so. I really hope so, because if he does, maybe the comics can be good if he actually said this is fine. But it's hard to say, man, and I don't like her writing overall. I've read some of her stuff, and it's really trashy writing. And she always get like her wokey pokey stuff here and there, even if she's not allowed. She has like small things here and there all the time. Even when she have like people, when they create the drawings and every stuff like that, she gets her small, agenda driven stuff here and there. You can see in the panel of the comics. So it's. I hope that I hope he takes the comics seriously. I really hope that he does.
I think so, because I think he knows that the comic books really help a lot. I mean, not really needed it, but I think it did do a great help for Star Wars was the Marvel comics in the old days, because here you had the movie, and what did we do for 3 years? Well, we got more stories. We got these comics from Marvel. We got the Han Solo 3 books. Then we had the Lando Calrissian 3 books and Splinter of the Mind's Eye. I mean, there wasn't as much as, when the 90s really exploded with that stuff. But comics, anyone worth their salt knows that comics help keep some of these alive. It helps keep Star Trek alive. It helped keep Star Wars alive. Even to a degree, a little bit with Doctor Who, especially after Doctor Who was originally canceled and before it was revived. You had the novels, you had the comics, and that helped keep those alive. So I think Zack Snyder, hopefully, I really think he does have understanding that this has to remain as pure to the dream as possible.
And I'm gonna say that if he lets her have all the whatever she can do with them, well, then we know they're gonna suck, and we don't need to read them.
Right, exactly. And the other thing too is, I think what helps and kind of deflates her sail about this is just what I said earlier. We don't know when this movie takes place or where. We never heard the name Earth. We never heard a time.
No, we
Again,
haven't.
this could be a galaxy far, far away, a long time ago. It might be this galaxy in the far, far future.
Mhm.
We don't
Yep.
know. It's like Dune, and
Yeah, we don't need to know where it is. That's don't need to know if it's a different
That's
galaxy, if
that's
it's
the
a
mystery
future.
that doesn't need to be solved.
No,
right,
exactly. We don't need to know that. Then
it's
you're
a
gonna
full
remove
English.
the interesting stuff with this. You're gonna remove the fun part with it.
Right. It's
Um,
like let's throw Earth into Star Wars. No,
no, and the Earth is not gonna be in Star Wars. No.
no,
Even
no.
though the one fun comic was when Han Solo and Indiana Jones finds his body
Yeah,
when Han Solo
uh,
dies on Earth.
yeah, yeah,
Nah.
yeah. And that's just it. It's a joke comic, and
Yeah, it
unfortunately,
is.
these
But it's
mutton
a funny
heads.
one. It's a funny
Yeah.
one.
Oh no,
Uh,
exactly. It's fun, but the trouble is with these mutton heads, they start glomming onto it, thinking, "Oh, yeah, we should do this for real. It should be Brady part of it." Like Zippy, the Jedi droid, which was never intended to be canon. Everyone wants to point to the EU as this is one of the faults. They had a Jedi droid. No, no, no. Even in the EU, this was a fairy tale. It was not part of the official canon.
yep. You have a lot
You
of what
mutton
if
heads.
stories too.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yeah, it's like it's just it was part of that Legacy or whatever series they had, which was just for fun. We're
Mhm.
going to do stories, and it's just going to be for the heck of it. They're not official. We're just going to have some fun. It doesn't mean we're not going to be serious about it.
It depends on
You
what
know.
you're when you're referring to legacy because we have different. We have the legacy, the whole legacy with Kate
Yeah, it
Skywalker
might
is
not be.
like the official story.
Yeah, yeah. I
Um,
got it probably. Oh, I think it might have been called Tales, Star Wars Tales series that they had. I
yeah.
think that's what it was.
But I do know that in if you buy the Legends version of these books,
Hmm.
you will also get some other stories of what if stories in this some of them.
Hmm.
And one of my favorite what if stories is if Darth Vader joins Luke instead, and then he has like a total white suit instead of a
Yeah.
black suit.
Oh yeah.
I I
Mhm.
I saw some people on TikTok complaining about him having a white suit and calling him a white supremacist if they ever did that. I'm like, stop it. Just stop it.
Mm.
Well, again, it's the mental midgets that don't understand. Again,
Yes,
these people
exactly.
don't understand storytelling. They don't. All they can do is be knee jerk about it, which is why I
Mm,
seriously, when I went to watch this film, tried to divorce myself from any of that. I wanted to do an actual. Okay, what is this with storytelling? Is this actually
mm,
worth it storytelling wise? And
mm.
I think it's a good job. It's like, yeah, you're gonna find real world stuff. We do that all the time.
Yep.
But Jason, he has to go to bed, and we got this last little story, which I have to snarf and laugh at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read through it. I've just been,
No.
scanning through it real quick
Yeah.
just to get
M-
some of the key
Uh,
points.
well, I'm gonna say why.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
Alien is not made for normal kids
No.
at
No.
all. Alien are space horror to a certain point, and that's what it's always been. It's space
Hmm.
scary aliens who kills people.
Hmm.
And yes, we have a lot of comics too. And again, this is under Disney, so I just want to point this out. Disney are releasing re-releasing Predator comics
Hmm.
now, and they are removing everything that's offensive and that has to do with Yahtzees and other stuff like that. All gone from old stories before I was born, many others were born. They have
Hmm.
removed all of that. So I'm just gonna say, why do we need an alien book, little golden book for kids? We do not
Well,
need it.
because it's part of the A is for Alien, an ABC book. It's coming
Yeah.
out in July
Is this book
of
gonna
this
learn
year.
kids? Are they gonna learn kids about xenogender also in this book? Because that's a thing. Do you feel like in Alien, people do identify themselves as
Oh yeah.
xenogenders? And you know where that name they basically based it on xenomorphs. And what are xenomorphs? Oh, have you watched Aliens? Maybe.
Mhm.
But it goes on to say in space, no one can hear you giggle as you read this little golden book featuring characters From the classic movie Alien, Paula Ripley and the rest of the this drama crew. Yeah, you can tell I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
On a space adventure that introduces the alphabet from A to Z with fun illustrations. This lighthearted reimagining of the
what
iconic
the fuck?
movie Alien will delight young fans and old.
Oh,
Young fans
what?
don't even know about it
C
for the
is for
most part.
chest buster. F is for face hugger.
What does Facehugger do? Like, are they gonna show what Facehuggers really does? Are they gonna show what the
Like
Xenomorph
face.
really does?
No. You know they're not going to do that, Jace.
No, I
Okay,
know. But
being a
if they
kid,
want to do a book and learn kids about what this universe, well, you have to use the facts from the movie and the established lore. Then come on, you have to when a facehugger goes on your face and puts that thing in your mouth and
yeah.
makes you pregnant, basically in a way. They
Did it
I mean,
ask permission to do that
yeah
before it
yeah.
did that?
Oh, maybe they need to learn that in the book. You have to
Mhm.
consent before.
Consent,
Yeah.
I remember growing because when the movie came out, I was still obviously um, uh, grade school. Yeah, it's still grade school, I think, just before moving into middle school, and obviously Star Wars. But then they came out with the Alien action figure for kids, and even I backed in, going, "Wait a moment, this isn't a kids movie. This is a horror film, R-rated. Why are you selling these
Mhm.
toys to kids?" And it's aimed completely at kids. And he didn't, and of course, he didn't have the like we today, where of the adults go out there and buy all these toys and keeping it out of kids' hands. It was fully intended for kids. Now we got this.
Yep.
yeah.
Disney, fuck you, fuck you.
Any way to make money on the Alien
Yeah.
property. I realize it's the 45th anniversary this year, but come on.
There's other ways to celebrate the
So
45th
much
friggin'
other ways
yeah,
you can do.
talk to McFarlane Toys and come out with some great
Oh yeah, come with some
alien
good
figures.
figures and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Give us, real cuts. No, don't censor the movies, but give us real, new releases of the Blu-rays with good, cool covers. Do some
Mhm.
special cool things with that. You can get a figure on the side. Do something unique. Actually care about it.
Yeah.
Cherish it. Whatever. It's like even fucking Venom did that with the first movie. Even they did that. They
Yeah.
made a special thing. They had a toy and everything. Like, dude, why don't you do that with Aliens, Predator,
Right.
something like that? If you're gonna show anniversary or respect for it,
Right.
come
You
on,
don't need to do a kid's little book. I mean,
you don't
honestly,
do that.
that is going beyond the pale, in my opinion.
You don't do
Because
that.
this has nothing to do with all the Alien films have been brutal, absolutely fucking brutal.
Oh.
I mean, the first
Are you
one,
telling
the
me?
first one. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, the first one was
Yeah.
based off of A. Van Volt's Tales of the Voyage of the Space Beagle. It was one of the little segments of that book that they took that off of. Again, brutal. Popping something inside a human and using them as an incubator to
Yeah.
grow a creature that kills you on the way out. The first one was virtually a slasher in space. Let's be honest about it. It was but it was obviously Ridley Scott did a great job of
It was a
doing it.
sci-fi horror movie.
Right. Yeah, it was a different take on it. It wasn't like a carbon
Mhm.
copy like you would sit back and say, well, Halloween and Friday the 13th and all the sequels. It's the same thing. This is a
It
different
was like
take. And then,
a cute animal who just went around killing people.
Mhm. Right. It was a battle survival for this thing. It was more than anything else. It wasn't going out for it. It's a survival, brutal survival. And you had the same thing with Cameron, where he took it a notch up and did Aliens.
Yep.
And now it's like the species is trying to survive, and we happen to be the nesting areas for these eggs. But it was still brutal. I mean, especially putting a kid in the problems in middle of the problem. So this is not kid stuff. I don't see why you even do a little golden book. Someone over at Disney, you're a really twisted fucking cockroach. That's all I got to sit back and say. You're
Yeah.
a fucking cockroach.
This is their problem, and they've done this with certain other stuff too. With with Marvel stuff, with
Mhm.
certain characters there, for example, that shouldn't be with kids in that kind
Right.
of sense, and
Well, yeah,
it's
Deadpool, Venom. I mean, a lot of these guys. It's just as far as going
Punisher.
through Punisher, definitely. Yeah, they're great characters, but it's not. This isn't for kids.
They're not for kids at all.
Nope.
They were made for more like Punisher was made for more grown-up readers. It's like
Right.
I remember back in the day when I was buying comics, it had 18 on Punisher comics. It said for grown-ups on a
Mm-hmm.
lot of Punisher stuff. But I still, my dad still bought them. But when we
Right.
opened them, we understand why they are not for kids, like all the blood, all the fighting, all the,
Right.
all the R rating basically in the comics. Like, yeah, that's not for kids. You have comics for
Right.
kids, but you also have
Mhm.
comics for more grown-up readers.
Right. I mean, there's a difference between doing the X-Men comics or the Avengers or Spider-Man or Fantastic Four, and I'm just sitting specifically Marvel here because that's the property we're talking about. But I mean, it kind of even though they're in the same universe, it's still kind of a night and day on the storytelling.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of X-Men stories with Laura, Wolverine, and stuff. They are not made for kids.
Hmm.
If you go through a lot of Wolverine comics, they're R-rated AF.
Hmm.
Not for
Yeah,
kids.
yeah, that. But you start getting the regular X-Men comics.
Yeah, they're more
That's
regular.
a different
Yeah,
animal. That's a
yeah,
different creature.
that's a different creature. It's like if I have a kid, I'm not gonna like show them Laura's full comic story. What
Hmm.
happens to her in her comics is horrible.
Hmm.
Being assaulted in ways that humans are not supposed to be,
Right.
and a lot more that is just horrible. It's just like, no, if I have kids, I'm gonna show the good old comics like
Hmm.
that grown-ups and kids can read. And when my kid
Right.
gets older, go ahead, read the more grown-up Marvel, DC
Right.
comics too. Completely sure. That's no problem.
Right. I mean, I
Then-
go. Let's take a look at the comic that started all the Dark Knight Returns. I mean, in many ways, I wouldn't let a kid read that, or one of my kids read it because it's just a little bit beyond. It's more of someone who's been around a little bit can identify with this older Batman. And
Mhm.
let us talk about the Killing Joke. That is just a
Um,
brutal comic,
that's not for kids.
not for kids at all.
No, the
But there's
the comic's better than the movie
oh,
that
The
far better.
movie,
adapted it.
Oh, I mean, the Killing Joke. Yeah, the Killing
Yeah.
Joke was a disappointment.
I never
The
understood
animated.
that. I
Hmm?
never understood the beginning of that movie, or why
It was
they
supposed.
added in so much stupid, retarded stuff. Sorry for using that word, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
just was. It was completely nonsense. And then suddenly you have
it was.
Batman having sex with her, and it's just like, bro, what's going on?
It was. When we're talking about stuff that's takes you out of the moment or out of the story, you mean to tell me that they weren't talented enough to take that comic and make it go even longer? Spread it out a little bit with films making a film. I mean, obviously you didn't have you could have made yourself a full hour long one just on the comic. You didn't have to do a half hour, and that first half hour bullshit.
Then if you're gonna add certain stuff in there, it has to fit the story perfectly and
Hmm.
understandable.
Right.
Not just sexual fantasy story about Batman, Batgirl, and all that kind of
Well,
stuff.
basically that's what it was.
Mhm.
Basically that's what it was, and it not needed. I mean, you could really have. I mean, give me a chance. I could have adapted it, and Alan Moore would still hate it, but it'd be still to what they had with the story.
Alan Moore hates
He
everything he does,
he hates
basically.
everything. Yeah, I know. I mean, Alan Moore is a moron, but he's a talented moron, but he's a moron.
Yeah,
And
good
the guy's
writer.
certified.
He's a good
Oh yeah,
writer and all that,
great
but
writer.
he
Yeah,
hates it. He hates
yeah,
everything. He's just like
yeah. He just
he's
yeah.
never
I
happy.
mean, never happy, never happy, and
I
but still, it's like you give me a chance, I could have something done out in following that far more, and yeah, maybe even throwing in a little bit from here and there within the Batman universe as
yeah,
not necessarily filler, but flavor.
yep.
You know, to get you really enjoying what this story is about. But what can I say? But I see the director over there is giving me the signals. So
Oh, you did a
Yeah,
bad job now. Now you're gonna get that big talk, and you're
oh,
not
we could
getting a
probably
no,
raise, Baron.
yeah.
no,
Well, we can
no,
do this again sometime.
my eyes are getting heavy, and it's like we could keep going, but I don't think Bear
Oh
would
yeah.
realize I'm asleep if.
He would just
Well,
talk, you know.
well, you sometimes drop out as much as Cat. We'd be talking like, "Hey, where's Mike?" He hasn't. I'm here listening, just like I heard everything you
That
said. You
that
goobers.
that
You know?
that's what I do. There are times I will just sit back and I will listen to the conversation
Mhm.
because that's one of the things I put at the bottom of each and every pop talk. I might word it a little differently most of the time, but I try to keep it all the same. Sit back, relax, and join the conversation when it's an open panel, or enjoy the conversation when it's something
Mhm.
like this.
But this was a
And
good
usually,
New Year's celebration,
yeah.
guys.
Mhm. Usually it's also God help me, please help me. That's another thing he puts in those messages too. But that's
Yeah,
beside the point. Well, we can talk about this again some other time there, Jace.
of course.
Drag me on your show. And I'll make an extra effort to get on there. I have to just pay attention. I just have to pay attention to the computer a little bit more. Uh,
It is what it is, and of course,
I know
brother.
I'm a moron. I admit it, I'm a moron, but I want to get over there and bust your chops over there too. See if I can get you shadow banned. I've been trying so hard with Mike, and I'm not successful. Maybe I can do it with you.
So, Jace, since you are our guest tonight, then let's just face it. Technically, the first guest of 2024 for Pop Talk.
Hey.
Yay!
So again, dude, this was a fun celebration. I normally don't celebrate like this on New Year's Eve, so this was a fun thing to do, and it was amazing to just celebrate with good friends, people that I look at, family. So it's been fucking wonderful, and of course, I'm Jason Fox, founder and creator of 540 Studio. So you can find us over there where we talk about pop culture, music, and a lot of different stuff that floats the boat. And this year we have a lot of new shows that are gonna pop up. We have certain stuff we're gonna announce. We're working on the announcements when we will do that. And of course, we're getting Chuck Dixon back, Mike Barron back, and I'm working to try to get some other guests on. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. And of course, you can find me here sometimes. You can find me on Corey's Sir Talks a Lot Entertainment, on Corey's Corner, and other stuff that he does. Really good friend of mine. Um, and every time I'm on another channel, I will of course always post it, try to keep people updated. And other than that, as I always say before we wrap up stuff, life's too short, make the most of it. And we in this panel, we love you, we appreciate you, and we wouldn't been here today for almost 4 hours. You
Holy
guys
shit!
inspire, you guys inspire us every day to continue doing this thing on YouTube, to talk about pop culture, talk about whatever floats the boat. Thank you for the inspiration, guys. And thank you for a good 2023. And let's go for 2024. It's gonna be the year of Pacific 414 and every other creator who is here. We are gonna make it. We're gonna do a lot of fantastic stuff. I'm fucking excited for this year. And other than that, goodbye, everybody. Have a nice new year. Goodbye.
I know this next clip is usually for someone who becomes a member, and I do owe it to those who were gifted memberships recently, but in 2024, I think we can all say this.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Exactly.
And the thing is we've been getting the shit kicked out of us so much since 2020, And even at the very end of 2019, we've been so used to getting our asses kicked left and right on it. I think we're to the point now we're going to do some ass kicking back. So 2024, we're not going to give you a chance. We're taking it over. We're seeing positive things happening out there. We're seeing improvements on stuff. Yeah, it's slow for various reasons, but we've talked about many of those things right now. Have faith, have hope, and instead of let's bemoaning everything, come on, let's all rise up and let's start kicking ass and let's show appreciation. You might not necessarily like everything out there, but appreciate the fact that it's being done out there and that there are people that do like it, and there's good reasons why. And as we can continue watching Disney become the dumpster fire it is, and we can laugh about it. Let's quit moaning about it. We've had 3 years of bemoaning, and even longer than that about, but time I've been on the air on here, but we have all these years bemoaning all that. It's like, screw you, Disney, screw you guys. We got other stuff. We're kicking back. We're having fun. 2024, you're not going to let us down because we're not going to let you do it.
Well, careful about Disney in 2024, Baron. You know what's going to happen.
You might think everything is okay, but Disney is going to get you. Kathleen Kennedy's going to get you. Disney and Kathleen Kennedy are going to get you.
And of course, you had to ruin my fucking night, man. Now I need to look under my fucking bed. And in Norway, we are not allowed to own guns and stuff like that to defend ourselves. God damn it, Mike.
Yeah,
what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I know enough about the secrets of Norway. Don't hand me that. But all I can say is respect my privacy, my privacy. Respect my privacy.
No. I got an even better clip when it comes to us as fans and what's happening to the fandom.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Right.
And I just want to say one thing to the audience is that on this panel and all the things that we do, there is no right or left or whatever stuff like that.
No.
What we do, we are a family, and we do this as a family. Even if we agree or disagree or whatever, we do it all as a family, and we're standing tall. And no matter what opinions we have, we're still friends and enjoying the heck out of what we are doing and entertainment that we're giving you guys.
Well, the thing is we come from all walks of life, religious, non-religious, various different religions out there. Just ask my Muslim uncle out there, myself Lutheran. Again, people who don't have religion or just none, what they call themselves the nuns. We have people who are Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, both sides of the aisle. That's part of all this, right? But I suppose one of the biggest surprises there are someone who's been a lifelong Democrat being told that they're alt-right because they're part of this. And that's exactly what this is not. This is not alt-right. This is not a political movement. On the contrary, this is about taking back something more important than that.
This is fans being passionate about what they care about.
We want to have entertainment back. Even those on either side of the aisle, we're all getting tired of the pandering and the bullshit. So as that goes, is don't if they want to turn around and start calling you alt-right, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle are, or if you're right down the middle, it doesn't matter, or whatever country you're from. On that, laugh in their face because you know better. You know better that this is not a political movement. This is not about any of that stuff. It's about doing better stories, better storytelling. What we've been wanting all along. We want our heroes back. We are tired of watching them get emasculated and bastardized. And that includes female characters as well as male characters. So, you know what? It's time. The last thing we need to do is we got to quit doing this game of keeping up and defending ourselves. No, we go on the attack now, and a positive attack. This is our year, folks. We're seeing things change. Let them know that we appreciate the good and just laugh at the bad. I mean, we can only do all these bemoaning videos and, oh my God, how horrible life is. We're not going to go anywhere with that. Come on.
Mike reminds me of that when he showed that video. He reminded me how terrible life is.
Hey, Chase.
Well,
Kathleen Kennedy, she's going to hit you.
There's one thing I think we can all say when it comes to fighting for the properties that we love.
You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Exactly.
Yep, and the big important thing is be like Matt and Trey with that episode of South Park, the Pandaverse. Be exactly like they have. We laughed at ourselves. They can't. And you know what? Use this as a battle cry. And every time we play that, Kathleen Kennedy, we're laughing at it.
Yep. And when South Park are dissing us, YouTubers and stuff like that, that's just an honor. It's just an honor. They know about us, and they joke about us, and it's just an honor, and I'm all in for it.
Well, if they're attacking and making fun of you, it means only one thing: they're afraid. You know what? Let's make them afraid. Let's give them reasons to be afraid, and for the right reason. I'm not talking about doxing or terrorizing people. No, let's make them afraid of the fact that we're making our voices known, and we're not afraid no more. And not only that, yeah, we can make our voices known the other way where we're bitching and moaning. No, the positive side. Let's go out there and frighten them with being positive, a united front, singing the songs of freedom, you might say. It doesn't matter, because if we just keep on being like Mike Zero and the others are just bemoaning stuff, no, we're not going to go anywhere. We might as well just kiss it all goodbye. You know what? Let's do it. Let's grab this.
That's why I'm praising the Iron Claw, because it is a good movie. It is worth seeing. It is worth putting down your hard-earned money to go see.
Right.
You don't have to be a wrestling fan to enjoy it. If you like good movies, go see the Iron Claw.
Rebel Moon, Babylon 5 animated film. All these things. We were treated to such lovely things out there.
Watch the good stuff, appreciate it, show the world what we want.
Yep. And let everybody know. So
yeah,
that's all I gotta say. That's what I'm
looking for. What's coming up on your channel, brother?
Well, next Saturday, we'll be going back to Babylon 5 again. Now that the holiday seasons are over and we have no more excuse about that, so we're going to be doing that. And I'm hopefully getting my shorts going again here very quickly. So, you know what? It's New Year, new me. Let's rock and roll, man.
And I hope you haven't invited that non-cash money to be on that stream.
Yeah, I had to. He's got pictures.
Wow.
He's out there.
He's a non. You don't invite them. You take over their territory.
He's got some pictures.
I thought I have taught you better than that. I thought I taught you better than that.
Incriminating pictures.
I am disappointed in you, Baron Armentag.
I know.
Inviting the non.
Well, remember, I use Kosh.
And his chin.
Yeah, Shinka. Remember what Kosh says, and remember that's my avatar. They are a dying people. Who, the Narn or the Centauri? Yes.
Both of them are dying.
Yep, they are.
And the Padawannabe says hello again. I just watched Yu Yu Hakusho recently. It was pretty good for anime adaptation. I'm going to be on an Avatar, The Last Bender stream to get ready for the new live action series. Awesome. And
Bite my
as far as
metal ass. Oh, wrong Bender. Sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and play it. And this is for you, Baron.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yep.
And as far as what's coming up on the PACIFIC414 YouTube channel on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, it'll be more Transformers War for Cybertron.
Oh, great.
And I will win, Prime.
5 hours of watching you get killed. Okay. Yeah.
Silence, Baron Norman Taggy.
Extinction to all traitors!
Episode 3. What's that? Episode 3? I think that's from episode 3.
Episode 3, More Than Meets the Eye.
Yep. I've been watching the G1s on Tubi. Yeah.
Yes, I don't blame you. And speaking of G1 and all the Transformers, one thing we will be celebrating this year on the channel, it'll be, I'll admit, in September to commemorate when the animated series started. It's going to be the 40th anniversary of Transformers, so that'll be coming up. And as far as presently, well, I've already mentioned part 3 of Transformers War for Cybertron on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, it'll be Pacific 414 Pop Talk. What we're going to talk about, I don't know at this time, but I'm sure we'll find articles between now and then to discuss for Wednesday's show. And then Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be having the 4th collector stream. I have invited some guests, and they will be coming on to share some pieces of their collection. What's it going to be? Tune in and find out, because we'll all find out together.
I got my ancient Roman pornographic collection I'm going to show.
Why am I not surprised? But as far as 2024 is concerned, I want to see growth on this channel, and the way that the growth can happen is by putting out good content. I can hear you now, Baron, saying, then don't die so many times in a game.
Yeah, I mean, do something different, something that'll surprise somebody.
But you know what? Even when I die in a game, I'm still having fun. Even when I start cursing and ranting, still having fun. Especially when I say, "Oh, I'm gonna wrap up the stream," and then 3 hours later,
yeah.
Well, I didn't say when. I didn't say when I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I'm just saying, okay, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I did say when.
Bullshit.
But I want to see growth on the channel. I want to see, folks come to Pacific 414 and know that they're welcomed. Whether they're watching on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, or even tonight on the Twitter page, I want folks to know that they're welcomed. And I want folks to also know that when it does come to the open panels once per month, the guidelines are here to stay. And I ask that everybody respect the guidelines, because they're not going away.
He's so serious about it, he kicked me out last time. My butt still hurts. Ouch. It's still sore.
But I am grateful for everybody who stopped by in 2023. The channel saw a lot of growth on the YouTube side. We started streaming on the Pacific 414 Rumble channel back in August, and that's already reached 69 followers.
And you're part of the elite club over there now, too.
The Twitch channel has 73 followers as of tonight.
Hi, Twitchers.
And the Kick channel, that started this summer as well, and that has 15 followers. So things are growing and things are happening, and the only way that can happen is if I put the effort forward to make it happen, but also, support from people like you guys, Jace, Darren, folks that we had in the chat today, whether they were watching on Baron's channel or they were watching on Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, folks like Lorenzo. Thank you, Lorenzo. T-Gap Steve. Big Daddy T-Gap. Rough Girl, it was great to see you tonight, Rough Girl. Missed seeing you as well. It's been too long.
Way too long.
Same with Bucky's Crafting. Good to see you. And that's the thing. Life has its reasons for taking us away from YouTube, but we always find our way back. And of course, yeah, we give each other a hard time, but Phil McCracken, thank you, brother. Real Weight Gaming Clips, he's either at 2K by now or he's very close to it. And Low Spec Linux Laptop, I still want to see the Battle of the Penguins between
Penguin Dome.
Low Spec and Punk Waddle.
Mhm.
And of course, yes, we give him a hard time. He gives us a hard time. And that's the way it should be. DJ Ronnie G,
Nerd.
the old man was here. Thank you, old man. Pat a wannabe. Always glad to see you around, brother. Janet from another planet. It's been a pleasure streaming with you this year and having you on the collector streams in the past, having you on Pop Talk as a guest, talk about your channel, the year end wrap up, and joining us on Rumble for a little bit. Great to see you. And of course, the Comic Relief Crusader. You gotta,
Okay.
you gotta say the channel name like that. You just gotta.
Because he can do a Ted Knight awfully well.
Yeah, he can. He can. If you ever get a chance to go to Pop Culture Minefield, you can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike, Happy New Year to you as well, brother. And of course, Squeak a Mouse. She was over on Baron's side.
Squeaka. Oh, she was on my side. Huh?
Yep. And the Super Wrench, John Rendell.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we had Wendy, Trauma Warrior. Good to see you, Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a visit by the Smoking Patriot. It's great to have you stop by the channel. It's great been having you on the channel as a guest, not just for your own appearance, but also for any other appearances you've been able to make this year. I do greatly appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. And of course, Keely Chow, he's a great supporter of so many channels, just like so many of you.
I don't
Support
understand
so
how he
many
has
channels.
time. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. I don't understand how he gets the time.
Well, I'll tell you one of my secrets. If I know I don't have a lot of time to stick around, I'll try to open up as many tabs as I can to those who are streaming that I'm subscribed to, and
Go forth and
leave a
back.
like and say hello at least.
Yep.
And of course, Tim's talk was here, and he said, "Happy New Year." It's been since last year. Yeah, it has been. And of course, he's a fellow Transformers fan like myself, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Hope that 2024 is the year you've been waiting for and that it's a prosperous year for all of us. So until then, remember two things. One, don't give up on me in a game because you might miss something. And two, I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all around guy. Have a good one, everyone.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
And it's time for bed. So, didn't you, bro? Yeah. Wow. Hey, Mountain Time. People, Mountain Time. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes. Happy New Year to those of you in the Mountain Time Zone.
Brandon, the anime guy, one of them. I tell you.
Yeah.
Well, you know who's still in the old time?
Late Fox.
I don't know about you guys, but no, I'm going to transform and snore out.
Me too.